Hi everybody, good night, good evening, good morning. I don't know who you are, where you are. So welcome to the Code Show. Today is my Rust streaming. It's in English, so if it's your first time here and you saw it on my Twitter or somewhere else, Tuesdays I do this stream in English talking about Rust programming language, which I'm learning currently. And on Thursday, I'm doing Python. Yeah, so we are creating API project doing with Python and Fast API and Vue.js, but it's on Thursday and it's in Portuguese. But today we are here to talk about Rust. And hello Carla, hello everyone. Yeah, I see there are people today on YouTube. So João Neto, hello. I'm trying to keep track of YouTube chat. Yeah, I'm not sure if I will be able to keep track of those two chats. I'm having the Twitch chat here on my screen, and in the other screen I have the YouTube chat. So I'll be taking a look because I know people also are following on YouTube, right? Well, so that's it. Please tell me if the music sound is okay, if the audio is working, and I hope today's stream is going to be better than yesterday. Yesterday I tried to do a stream because I was working on some open source stuff and I was trying to do this, but it was very earlier and looks like the internet was not helping. Lots of people using the internet connection here at the same time. And also my OBS configuration was not that good at the point. I needed to... Today I was following some tutorials and then I changed a little bit my configuration of camera, bit rates, and let's see if it's now more compatible with my internet. So today is another Rust programming stream. I'll be doing, I think I have 3 or 4 exercises to be doing, and that's it. So let's learn some of Rust together. I'll change my screen and let's start. Yeah, so here let me just see if everything is looking okay. These widgets take some time to load and I'm just need to ensure it's going to load. Yeah, it's okay. So first of all, thank you everyone who followed. I see that some minutes before I started, there was F123, Francischini, Museum, It's Kellogg, Doutor Suicida, Igor Menato. Thanks a lot for following. And thank you, Carla, for hosting. That's nice, thanks a lot. And if you have a Twitch channel and want to host, it's always welcome. You just go in your chat and do /host and Code Show, and you are going to help my channel. So what's up for today? Let me see. I have some things that I want to be trying in Rust. Some libraries. I tweeted about it today. Let me see the link, if I can find the link here on my Twitter profile. I want to get straight to the exercise, but this is something very interesting. I would like to be giving some time to test it. Look, this looks very nice. Looks like it's a file renaming tool written in Rust, and you can use it in your terminal. You can use regular expression to do some replace. So for example, if you have a folder with lots of files, images, and that kind of stuff, you can easily rename all the files in a single command, yeah, using this called nominal. And you use regular expression here to catch the parts you want to be replacing. And here looks like it's a pattern where you are going to put the elements you want to be renaming, yeah, like this. So looks very nice, yeah. I'm trying to use more command line applications and most of them are written in Rust, yeah. So I think I will not be trying this right now, but I just tweeted and I think it's interesting to share. I'll put the link on the chat if someone else wants to be testing it later. Hey Jean, thanks for joining. Yeah, you know that today is Rust in English, and I was just showing some command line applications here. I think I will be testing it later, yeah. I'll put this on my Rust bookmark here. Yeah, so I have lots of stuff here to be trying. Every time I see something interesting, instead of just giving a star on GitHub, because the stars helps the repo owner, I also put here in my folder for bookmark, and once I read it, I understand it, I remove. So this bookmark works like a queue where I read stuff and then I remove from there. I think it's working best right now. I also have Todoist here, I have Trello, I have Pocket, but the bare old bookmark folder is working better for me right now. Yeah. Actually, what I'm wanting to find is some tool that can organize my bookmarks for me. So using some kind of artificial intelligence, maybe take this whole list of bookmarks I have in my browser and try by the context, by the name, or by the domain, try to put everything in a proper folder. Yeah. Maybe there's some browser extension must exists for doing that. I'm not sure. Yeah. Let me see if I have some notifications here. Wow, I have a lot. Just 2 hours I stopped working. I have lots of notifications already. I'll be getting that later. And so let's jump into the exercise. Let me see who already joined. I talked to some people today that were wanting to be following. Nathaniel, boa noite. Nathaniel is speaking Portuguese. That's awesome. Do you know something else on Portuguese or just this? That's cool. Yeah. So let me close some of my browser tabs here. And here I have the Rust documentation. Now I remember to put this and keep it open while I'm streaming, because I know I have to. Oh, Google Tradutor. Okay. You are using Google Translate. You're using some kind of plugin to translate directly in the chat, or are you just copying and paste? Because I saw some streamers using an overlay on Twitch where people can click and automatically translate chat, but I had no time to test it. Okay, very great. Yeah. And I have a question here on YouTube chat, other screen. Leandro is saying that why Rust adoption is so slow. Why Rust adoption is so slow. I had today I read some article about that. Yeah, I think someone posted on my Discord. Let me open my Discord here. I hope Discord is not eating all my memory. Yeah. Let me see. I saw this message today here on the... Yeah, it's here, I think. Leo Cavalcante is here. Yeah, so Leo shared this with us today, Leandro. This is an interesting analysis about why Rust adoption is so slow, and looks like there are some problems. I think everyone who starts doing Rust tends to like it. Yeah, I know few people that doesn't like it. To be honest, I don't know anyone who doesn't like it. Everyone who started looking at Rust, everyone who started doing it tends to love it, to like it a lot. But the learning curve is very big. Yeah, so you are going to, I think because of the change on paradigm, there's a very great change. Most of things here are going to be different from what we are used to do in Python or even on C. And then, I don't know, that is, some developers are afraid to put hands on it because it takes time. Yeah, I'm trying to learn Rust for more than 1 year. Yeah, so I know to do some things. I have some open source projects on my GitHub, but I cannot say yet that I'm very productive on Rust. I'm starting to be more productive while I'm practicing because it's a whole mindset change. And I think that's the biggest problem. And I think one of the things that people are saying here is that there are some libraries that are missing. Yeah, so the ecosystem has a lot of stuff. I think crates.io is awesome. We have lots of things. Yeah, we can find anything here. It's almost like Python package index. You can find, if you think about something like, let's think about Twitch. Yeah, I have searched it because I'm trying to create my own bot. Yeah, so if you think about Twitch and you search here, you are going to find some Twitch related crates. The one I'm trying to use is, let me see if it's here. I don't think it's here. I think that one I got from GitHub. Yeah, so it's a Twitch chat. I don't know if it's this one. Let me check. Where is the name of the maintainer? Yeah, that's this one, Museum. Museum is also a streamer. Let me put here on the chat, Museum. Oh, I put the wrong thing. That's not the right one. It's Museum. Yeah. Unrecognized. I'm trying to get used to my new keyboard. So this streamer is also doing some Rust during the days, but he doesn't use microphone. It's a mute, only music. It's interesting because you can see the development process, but there's no talking there, no camera. And then he created this Twitch chat, which is a server and a client. And I'm playing with it. I'm trying to create my own bot. So my idea is to have, instead of using these Streamlabs or string elements, I will run my own bot here. So I can have custom commands, like I want to enable some funny things like you can send a command to change my voice. So if you have enough avocados, you see, you have this currency here, this little avocado. Every time you watch my stream, you are going to earn more of it. I don't have lots of stuff here, but one of the things that I want to add here is when you got some amount of avocado, you'll be able to change my voice. And I have a modulator software on my microphone. Then I want to enable you to use the avocados to choose a modulator for my voice. So I can be talking like a hamster for 5 minutes, or I can be talking like Thanos, or like other kinds of voices. And that's going to be very fun to implement using this Twitch chat. Great. So there's a lot of stuff. The main problem is that some of the stuff we have here, some of them are experiments because people start doing it mostly on the free time, and I can talk by myself because, for example, I started this, which is called make CTL. So my idea with this project is to have a command line application where you can run and it can manage make files for you. So I use a lot of make files, and this tool is something that you can have some pre-configured templates and reuse those templates to generate make files for your projects. I just started it. It is not finished yet, but it's here. It's on 0.1.1, which means it's not ready yet to be used. And I'm not updating it for a long time. 6 months ago was the latest time I updated it. So you can find lots of stuff, but there are some stuff that are experiments. People are not putting a lot of effort. There are awesome things here, but some of the things on the ecosystem is not going very forward because people needs to make money, and mostly of the people that are Rust enthusiasts like me is doing money with other things. Because look, I'm working with Python and Bash and other stuff on my work, my day-to-day work, and I'm doing Rust just for fun, just because I want to learn it, and I'm investing it for the future, but not for right now. So this is one thing that may be a problem why Rust is not being more adopted. We need to create more stuff that people can use and can go to company and prove that it's worth to use. We started having more things like this. For example, at Red Hat, we have a project called Enarx, which is awesome. I think the adoption of Enarx is going to be very nice in near future. I hope I can be working more with this. It's some kind of container, not container, but trust execution environment using WebAssembly, and looks great. The company and other contributors are putting lots of efforts on it, so looks promising. But I know that one of the reasons that Rust is not more adopted is because the ecosystem needs more things like web frameworks. We have a page which is areweweb.yet.com. So I don't know who maintains this thing. Maybe it's outdated, or maybe it's not online anymore. Let me see, it's not opening. But in theory, it's going to open a list of frameworks, Rust frameworks for web development. And I know we have some good frameworks like Rocket, Warp, and Actix. Those three, I think this web page is out of work. So, but we have Actix, which is a very nice framework, not only for web, but also to do other actor-based stuff, and that's cool. We also have Rocket, which looks more mature, I think. Rocket is very nice. Yeah, it's using lots of macros, but we need to start using it in production. So there were some challenges in the past because Rocket, for example, were working only on nightly Rust, not on stable. I'm not sure if it's running on stable Rust yet, but looks very promising. And once we start using more, I think companies are using more and the adoption is going to increase. Yeah, so I think it's now depending on us as community to learn it, to advocate for it, and to really put this on production. I have some projects in mind that I will be trying to push to my company to be using. So I think that's the idea. Arewewebyet.org. Yeah, I think I put, thank you, Patrick. Arewewebyet.org. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, that was the problem. So Arewebyet, you can build stuff. Yeah, so that's the answer. So this question here, can I replace my Rails, Django, or Flask already? I know companies that are doing. I know lots of people that are replacing their frameworks with Actix and Rocket, but it's not very widely used. So that's why this page is saying, well, probably not yet, but you can. The fact is that there are good HTTP libraries, there are good frameworks, there are good ORM integrations and template engines, but we need to use it more. So when you are going to create your personal project and you are a Rust enthusiast, let's use something in Rust. So we need to do more experimentation to bring the language up and use it a lot. There's a lot of companies using, but we can do our part. And then adoption is going to follow our, I think at the end of the process, the developer is the one who pushes the decision. Yeah, you can see that by the Go language. Yeah, people started liking it, and people started using it for personal projects, to create frameworks, to create libraries, and then companies tends to accept the ideas of developers. So that's on us, and I think it's going to happen soon. Yeah, we are on the track to do that. Yeah. So we have a question here from Jean. Have you ever programmed in C or C++? Yes, I worked with C in a company that where we did their Palm development. I don't know if you know Palm OS. I think this thing is not existing anymore. But I developed some drivers to Palm OS, and it was in 2005. Yeah, so it was 15 years ago. I started working there as a junior developer, and I did some C there. But we had a language there which was called C Castle, C-C-A-S-L, C Castle. I know maybe Castlesoft changed, looks like it changed, and now it's focusing on other things like Androids. I don't know. Maybe there are companies still using Palm Tops. I'm not sure. I stopped following this market. And when I worked there, I used C because Castle is based on C, and all the programming is on C, and there is a high-level program language that mixes something on C, something on BASIC, and that was the only professional work I did on C. But on C++, I have done recently, I think 6 years ago, I worked as a data engineer in a company that everyone in Brazil knows a lot, which is called Cato. I think if you are Brazilian, you know this company. And I worked there. I helped developing this part of this site, which is the search and the recommendation part. And we used Python with lots of machine learning to do this job search. And one of those parts was written in C++. Yeah, because it was the collaborative recommendation, and I had to do some C++ there. Yeah, but at my college, I did lots of C++, but mostly Pascal at that time. Yeah, and someone said here that WebAssembly adoption is low. Is that? I think I also feel like that. I expected people to be using more WebAssembly because I think most of the browsers are already supporting it, and we have other runtimes, not only browsers. We can run WASM in other platforms, and I don't see this being advocated or used a lot. And one thing that's interesting is that Microsoft has a thing called Blazor. And whenever I see someone talking about WebAssembly, I see this Blazor being mentioned. Because Blazor, I don't understand fully, but it's something like a framework for, I think, C#, yeah? And you can create applications for desktop, mobile, and web at the same time, and one of the targets is WebAssembly. I was watching C# Fritz streams, and if you don't follow it, I recommend C# Fritz. He is the founder of the Live Coders team here on Twitch, and he was doing something related to Blazor on the stream, and I want to be following more, try to test it, because looks like there's a good ideas there on WebAssembly targets, and maybe we can be learning with how Microsoft is doing WebAssembly, and then look to Rust, for example, which is I think Rust is the language that's more featureful for WebAssembly. Yeah, but I don't know why people are not using it. When choosing to do real projects in WebAssembly, they are going to something like Blazor or even Pyodide. Pyodide is a Python WebAssembly stuff, and I don't see real projects doing it except for Enarx. Yeah, I have showed you Enarx, which is a Red Hat project. I know some people that works there. It's not a project I work, but Enarx is Rust and is WebAssembly. Yeah, and is tool for deploying. It's using WebAssembly like a container environment to isolate execution of applications in a more safe way. Yeah, but it's a very low level stuff. And Nathaniel saying that Blazor has the entire mono runtime compiled to WebAssembly. So you run your DLLs in the browser. Okay, so you have your own DLLs already working for C# or anything on the Microsoft ecosystem, and you have the mono runtime, which is the open source version of .NET framework, and it's compiled to WebAssembly, so you can run those things directly in the browser. That's interesting. And I see some interesting things happening on the Rust side, like this U. I mentioned last week that I want to be doing Rust. I want to be doing some experiments with it here live with you guys, following and giving me feedback. I have some ideas to be using it, and it's a framework to build client web apps with Rust. And it looks very nice. It's very well maintained, and you can do desktop applications, web applications. It's interesting. There's others like ICID I have seen, but this U thing looks very interesting. Yeah, so once I finish this, I will be trying to do some WebAssembly here. Yeah, looks very good. Yeah, so Jonathan saying that is trying to understand in English, but you are bad. Oh, I'm also bad in English. Yeah, I'm very bad in English. I do some mispronunciations a lot. I have funny histories about that at the company. There are some words that I don't know how to pronounce sometimes, and people get confused. And thanks for following Linuxinho. Welcome to Code Show. And for those who are just joining, you can see that I have a schedule here. Also, it's here on this message board here. I forgot about this. So every Tuesday is Rust in English. Every Thursday is Python in Portuguese. So welcome, and let's talk about it. Leo is saying that he's not English expert, but English seems great. Yeah. Well, I work with people from many countries on my work. People talking English every day. So I improved my listening during those past 4 years, but to speak, sometimes I miss some words, and that's why I'm so slow. If you follow me here on Twitch or YouTube, you know that when I'm doing in Portuguese, I'm speaking fast, I'm doing things very fast, but when I'm doing in English, I'm still slow, but I'm getting better, I'm getting faster, and I think when I do more and more, I'll be getting more faster on talking. Yeah, I published some videos in English, and people said that they are watching in 2 times speed because it was very slow. Yeah, so I know that I'm slow because I still need sometimes to think, to process, translate in my mind, and then say. And then sometimes when I have multiple languages at the same string, it happens from time to time, and I speak little parts in Portuguese to do the context switch later. It's really difficult. Yeah. So Let me see. Let's get started. We are streaming for half hour. Yeah, it's time to get started. That was a nice conversation, and I hope that we can be doing more experiments in WebAssembly. Leo is asking if I'm thinking in Portuguese and translating. Not every time. Most of the time, I'm thinking in English, and that's happening. That I'm always thinking in English. Yeah, always. Even when I'm not programming, let's say I'm on my home, cooking, doing any other stuff, I'm always thinking in English. And when I have those, when you talk to yourself, you are trying to do something and you talk loud to yourself, I talk in English. So most of the time I'm thinking in English, and I'm doing this even when I'm not working. But when I don't know something, if I have, for example, some text and I see some word that I don't understand that word, and I start trying to find by the context the Portuguese meaning of that, and then I have to change the context, thinking in Portuguese and then translate after, and that's very consuming for my brain CPU. Yeah, and I think it's worst in the other way around. So if I'm, for example, reading something in Portuguese, and I need to translate or to speak in English at the same time, that's very bad. I get very confused, yeah. And Linuxing is saying that I'm reading the documentation of Rust. The language is amazing, but for me, that comes from JavaScript. It's a little difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult. Yeah. I have been programming in C, C++, Pascal. I did lots of JavaScript in the very past of JavaScript. And for 10 years, I'm doing only Python. Yeah, so since 2010, only Python I've been working with, Python and Bash. And when I started learning Rust, it was very challenging, very difficult. Everything is different, yeah. But it's nice. It's nice because I don't have deadlines, yeah. I can do this very slowly. I'm doing this just for fun right now, and I hope one day to be working with it on my job, but right now it's just for fun, so I can take the time to try to get this challenge and complete it. Yeah, and on these exercises I'm doing here, I'm being able to do lots of stuff. I'm being able to learn new things. I'm being able to understand things that I have not understand. There are still things that I still don't understand fully. Yeah, for example, lifetimes in Rust is something that are simple, but at the same time difficult. I know what lifetimes is. I know how to apply that, but there are some times when I see some method or some struct using some strange lifetimes, and it took me some time to understand that it's difficult. And I'm not the only one. I see lots of people complaining about having to think about lifetimes. Other things that are difficult is coming from JavaScript, from Python or any dynamic language. We are used to get higher level types like strings. And in Rust, just like C, we have two types or more than two types of strings to represent a string. Sometimes it's difficult in Rust to understand when you have to use one or other, or when you have to convert one to other. And I think this is something that you are going to get only if you do it more. Yeah. So I will start the exercise for today. Let me drink some water. And let me see. Carlos Pai, welcome. Another Rust night, yeah. So I'll try something here. I want your help because I never did this before. And you see that the bot said that I can run some ads. I always forgot about it. So here on my string manager, on Twitch string manager, I have these buttons where I can run ads. And I can run, for example, 30-second ad break. And this is going to give me revenue on my Twitch account, and it's going to help me. So please stay there. I'll click this button. I don't know what's going to happen, but maybe it's going to run some 30-second ads and you are going to see the ad. Once the ad's finished, I will jump into the exercise, okay? So I'm just testing it, because if I can run the ad by myself, it's going to be better than Twitch putting the ads automatically, yeah, because I can choose when I'm going to run it. And I know that it's not be working for everyone, but if someone sees the ad, please tell me. Yeah, I'm going to click here. Pre-rolls ads are disabled for 11 minutes. Okay, looks like the ad's working. Please give me feedback on the chat if you are able to see the ad. I know not everyone is going to see it. Cool, so it's working. Thank you, Nathaniel. Yeah, so that's the first time I do. I would do that more to increase my revenue here. Only for a fee. Oh, yeah. Maybe I know that Twitch is going to use only some people is going to see the ad, not everyone. They're going to choose, and if I run again, so for example, in half hour, if I run this again, Twitch is going to select people independently again. So I'll try later. My bot is going to remind me, right? Oh yeah, and Amazon Prime is not going to see ads, I guess. No. But you see that Nathaniel is Twitch Prime. And he saw the ad, yeah? I don't know. I think if you are subscribed here on Code Show, if you hit that sub button, you subscribe to my channel using your Twitch Prime, you are not going to see the ad, even if I run it. Well, but let's go to the exercise, because today I think it's going to be difficult. So for those who are joining for the first time, what I'm doing here, I'm doing this thing called Exercism.io, right? And Exercism is a very nice website. I saw some video today. They were talking about changes they are doing in the system to get it more reliable, and I recommend it a lot. I tried to do that Code Wars. I found it interesting to do, but I still think that the Exercism model is best when you can have mentors. Yeah, if you have mentors, it's going to be nice for you to get feedback. So that one thing I like a lot here. And we need to get more mentors, but they are working on it. So Exercism.io. Oh, Nathaniel is sharing with us a link. Let me put this link also on YouTube. I know there are some people watching on YouTube. We have a link for people interested in understanding strings. And I also shared Exercism.io chat URL. So I still have 4 exercises to complete here. Let me save this link. I want to remember this later. I'll put here on my Rust. Oh, it's on Rustlings. Yeah, I have done something on the Rustlings. Yeah, I don't remember if I did this, but I have done this. When I started doing Rust, I did some Rustlings exercises. Also, I created repository. I will also share with you guys. It's called Py2RS. When I started getting interested in Rust, I created this repo. I think this might be outdated right now, but I hope not. And this is some kind of guide for people who are coming from Python and interested in learn Rust. So I don't know when I created it. Marinho, thanks for following. Welcome to the Code Show. I think I did this 2 years ago or a little bit more. And here I have list of things that we can compare between Rust and Python. And Edward, thanks for following, welcome. And what I have this on this repository is, for example, some groups where we can interact with other peoples. Our Brazilian group is here, yeah, so the Rustling BR is here. Also, we had a YouTube channel in the past, then we stopped doing things there. And there are some learning resources here, and one of those I think is Rustlings. Rustlings is somewhere here, yeah. And here I have some facts that I learned about Rust, and I put all those links here. And more, the interesting parts starts here on the glossary. So here we have, for example, what is a crate, and coming from Python. On Python we have PEP8. But in Rust, we have the Rust API guidelines, which is the same. Here we are going to have rules for naming variables, rules for how to organize our models and that stuff. In Python, we have PEPs, which are the proposals. In Rust, we have RFCs. In Python, we have Python Software Foundation. In Rust, we have Mozilla Research. I don't know if it's still the organization behind it. I know that there were some changes on Rust organization, but I have not updated here. Conference, we have PyCon. For Rust, we have RustConf. Python and Graydon Hoare create Rust. And for those who doesn't know, Graydon is the same creator of Swift language. Yeah, he works for Apple, I guess. So I have all this information here. I have some tooling. Yeah, so you see an interesting thing here, because we have lots of things here in the Python side to solve problems, and in the Rust side, almost everything is cargo. So you have cargo to solve a single tool to solve all those problems, while in Python it's very fragmented. Sam Kilua, welcome. Thanks for following. And libraries and frameworks must be, I guess it's outdated. There must be new things to put here. But I listed the main projects on Python and Rust, applications. And at last but not least, we have code. So I have a comparison on how to install things in Python and Rust, how to compile or interpret things, how to start a hello world in Python and Rust in the same style, types and declarations in Python, types and declarations in Rust, how to define a function, lists and slices, and lists and slices in Rust. So this is some things that I was sharing while I was learning the basics. I know one of the things that's missing here is the thing we are going to do today. We are going to work with multi-threading, multi-processing or multi-threading. And I know there is something here for Python, but I don't remember if there is something here for Rust. So you see, for Python, we have an example using requests and concurrent futures Python library to get all this http://bin.org endpoints using threads. And for Rust, yeah, we have request. I think request is the similar thing for Rust, but it's doing using an external crate. We don't have anything here, an example of doing threading using the standard library. And I think that's what we are going to do today. Yeah, so that's it. Here are the contributors of the project, people that helped putting more examples. If someone else wants to be contributing, you are going to be welcome here. And another interesting thing is that HTTP-bin is a site that I made. Yeah, HTTP-bin is widely used, and some time ago when Kenneth Heights decided to not maintain this anymore, I changed it to use Flask and Flaskr. You see here, powered by Flaskr, which is a library that I created. Now Flaskr is in its all organization. I'm not maintaining it anymore. You are not going to see me here on the top committers. I still follow it, but I'm not working on web development anymore, so don't have. I see people are really working. My latest commit here was in February 2019, so long time. But it's still there. Still, people are still using it. Cool. Okay, let's go to the exercise. So I have to come here. My 13 exercise. I still have to do this other 3. No, it's 11. Yeah, not 13. I have 14. Yeah, so 11 exercise. So, parallel ladder frequency. What we need to do here? Let me understand it. Looks like it's going to be difficult. Yeah. Count the frequency of letters in text using parallel computation. I did frequency counting in Python a lot to calculate TF-DF for search engines. I don't know if it's the same, but I did that with Python before many times. This is something also I did in Java because I was working in a project using Apache Lucene, and I created, I think it almost 10 years ago, I created a model for Lucene to count frequency of letters in Portuguese, because at that point there were no support for Portuguese and accents and punctuation. And then I created a Java. That was my first and only Java project. Yeah, Lucene. It was not Lucene. It was Solar. It was something. I don't know if this is still exists, but it was a thing called Solar, which is a search engine, and we created things on it using Java. But maybe it's something related. Okay, so parallelism is about doing things in parallel that can also be done sequentially. Okay. A common example is counting the frequency of letters. Create a function that returns the total frequency of each letter in a list of texts, and that employs parallelism. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Maybe I will get some chunks of strings, a list with lots of strings, and then I can count the frequency of everything at the same time. Yeah. So it's recommending me to read something about concurrence in Rust and to understand this. And the bonus is this exercise includes a benchmark. Okay. With a sequential implementation as a baseline, and you can compare your solution to the benchmark. Observe the difference. Oh, that's very interesting. It's reading using Test Bencher. It's unstable and only available on Night Rust, and I can use with Cargo Bench. Maybe I'll need to install it. I don't know. I have to check if I have this Cargo Bench. But looks like I need to be running on nightly Rust to be able to run this test, right? I can do that. Okay, so let's get the exercise locally. I will open my shell here. And paste this link. Cargo Bench is built in, and I can run with Cargo plus nightly. Okay, so I don't have to change my toolchain to nightly. I just need to use the plus. Cool. And Rob, thank you for following, and welcome to my Rust exercises here on Code Show. And Robson is saying that there's too much people doing live streaming today. Yeah, that's true. I think that's because our isolation stuff. People are isolated at home, trying to do some kind of interaction, and there are more people doing live streaming. There are more people consuming live streaming, and this may affect our experience in terms of speed of internet. And also here on Twitch, you are going to see lots of people at the same time, also on YouTube. And one of the things that I think it's interesting is this website called Multi-Twitch. I don't know if something like this exists for YouTube, but I will share on the chat. If you want to see multiple Twitch streams at the same time, you can use this. And the only thing you need to do is to put, for example, Code Show. And I know, for example, someone else that's live. I can see here who is live now. Well, I can't see here. I know there's a lot of people live on Twitch right now. I'll see some live coders that are live at the same time. Must there be someone? Yeah, so you see that, for example, we have VexFX live. It's the easiest name. So I can put the name here, VexFX. And I can do multiple times. I can use 1, 2, 3, 4, many people at the same time. I put all those in the URL, and it's going to open all the streams if I have enough bandwidth. I don't think I have, so I need to, I will not hit the play button. But you see, it's going to open 2 streams at the same time. You have all the chats here at the same time to be following the chats. And I think it's difficult to follow 2 things at the same time, but you can be switching by having sound enabled only on one screen, and then you can follow. If you see something interesting, you can be following on the other string. And I think you can put as many as you want here. I don't remember any other one. I think Anna Geek was also. Yeah, she's also streaming maybe games. And then you are going to see 3 strings at the same time. So that's something that I'm not able to do. I'm monotask. I can follow only one thing at a time, but I see people doing it to be interacting in lots of chats at many times and at the same time. So one idea to solve that problem of having too many things to do at the same time, and too many streamers and channels to follow at the same time. Yeah. But anyway, Robson, thank you for being here and interested in learning Rust with me. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so let's see this Fearless Concurrence. I read this. I have read this because I read this book. I think all of this book. But at the point I read it, I was not doing anything. So maybe I forgot something already. I know we have, for example, in standard library, you have thread. If we need thread pools, we need to install an external crate. We can use Crossbeam. We can use Rayon to give this. But I think for this exercise, I'm not going to install this external crates. Maybe I'm going to use the standard thread stuff. Yeah. So I'm not be reading this right now. I will try by playing with the code and let's see. So I have the parallel letter frequency here. I'll open my Visual Studio Code and hope that it's going to work. Jairo, hello. Boa noite para você. Thank you for joining. I know there's a lot of things going on Twitch and YouTube, and thanks a lot for joining here. And we are just starting the exercise. We were talking about Rust and other stuff, and now we are starting the exercise. Yeah. Okay, so I think this time I'll start by looking at the test cases. Yeah, I think it's going to help me. So let's see. On the test case, who is there? Mordred, Sir Mordred. Thanks for following Code Show. And yeah, I'm Brazilian. Yeah, I live in Brazil. I work for a company from USA. So here on Twitch, I'm doing streamings in English and also doing streams in Portuguese. I'm trying to mix those two languages. So Also Week is in English, and then also Week is in Portuguese. Yeah, and I'll be starting doing something in weekends, I guess, soon. Not decided yet if it's going to be in Portuguese or English. Yeah, let's see. So use parallel frequency as frequency. So parallel frequency is the name of our local crate. Leonard Cos, you are Brazilian too. Oh, nice. Yeah, and Sir Mordred is also Brazilian and started learning Rust the last days also. Okay, yeah. I started learning Rust some time ago. But I need to do more exercises. I need to do more projects to feel productive on Rust, yeah. So that's why I'm doing this here. And Leo is asking if I'm doing bread. Yeah, I will be doing bread. People like it. I did one bread last week. I will be doing more. Maybe next time it's going to be Rust and some kind of rusty bread because it's fun to do. But I would not be doing that every weekend. I will do that once a month, yeah. So in next month I will be here with a recipe of a beer-based bread. So we are going to put beer instead of water in the bread. That was going to be nice. I don't know yet if it's going to be in Portuguese or English. Some friends from my company are asking for recipes, and they wanted to see me doing this live. Yeah, so I'll try. Okay, so we have some poems here. Odd, and I don't know anything on German. On Germany, I have been to Germany when I married. Our honeymoon was in Europe. We have been to Germany, the Czech Republic, France, and other countries. And I learned some words when I was in German. I learned mostly because when we were on the train, I needed to be listening the names and the places and which kind of door was going to be opening. And I learned stuff, but I don't know a lot about it. But we have some Dutch or German, I don't know, looks like the same sometimes for me. And here we have the American national anthem here. So we have the anthems here. And Nathaniel is saying that I can do this problem either with standard library, Crossbeam, or Rayon. And he recommends doing in each. Each has its own pluses and minuses. Okay. Hey, Decoded, salve. Yeah, I'll start trying the standard library. And if it ends to be very complicated, I already used Rayon. Rayon is that one which we get the traits, and then we have something which is going to be turning to right? Parallel iter. Magically, we just get this method on all the iterators has a trait bound and gets the per iter. I have used this on some exercises before. That's one idea, but let's try in the from scratch. Yeah. So okay, so we have this list of phrases here, sentences in Dutch. I think it's German. I don't know if it's the same language. I can't differentiate. His Dutch here looks like, I don't know. And here's in English. So we have American national anthem. And then we have test. Test. Well, the string has been live for that uptime is crazy. I think the string is live for more time, right? The string is live for I don't know if it dropped it, but looks like this uptime, the bot said it's wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's right. Edward is saying that this is a poem written by Skiller and turn it to music by Beethoven, Ninth Symphony. Oh, cool. I never knew that the Ninth Symphony has some lyrics, some poem. I know the music on my head, but yeah, so it's German. Yeah, cool. And let me see here, because the bot is saying that the session is only 18 minutes. Maybe it's started counting when I played that ad, because I can't see 2 sessions here. I started almost 1 hour ago. Yeah, we have been talking a lot. I don't know what happened. What happened? Oh, I think Twitch is having problems. I will not be trying to understand it. Yeah. Okay. So we have the list of phrases on these poems, lyrics. Then we have a test. So on the frequency crate, we have function. Yeah, because it's we're using colon. It's a function, a static function there, only bare function, and it's on lowercase here, so it's a function, and it's receiving a slice, a vector, a reference to a vector, which is this. Yeah, okay, so it's receiving okay, and then here it's passing another argument here. I don't know, I'm using the Rust Analyzer. I'm using Rust Analyzer, and I hope that Rust Analyzer was going to put here the names of the arguments. So looks like Rust Analyzer is not working. I found that very interesting, because it can yeah, it's enabled, and it can complete for us the name of the arguments, because Rust doesn't have named arguments for functions, and that thing can complete this for us. Yeah. But anyway, so we have this frequency, and for example, if we have letter A on a hash map, and we pass 4, I need to take a look at the function to see what's happening there. So let's go to the source, and here it is. It looks like Rust Analyzer is not working. I will close it. I'll try to open it again and see if there is a message from Rust Analyzer here. Looks like it's not started. Yeah, language server is not installed. Oh, I installed this. Why I need to install it again? I have to install it for every project. I installed it, I think it was yesterday. I think I will need to install it for every project. It's not global. Yeah. Now I hope it's going to work. When I see test cases here, it should be showing more information. It updates weekly. You might be okay. I'm out of sync. Okay. Oh, now you see. I have here some hints. You see this text in gray. This text in gray is provided by Rust Analyzer. So I had no idea that this is a hash map char I32 before this. Yeah, it's working. Thanks. And Leo Dia saying that for now I'm learning some new stuffs, and you think that would be better to explore C++ or Rust as a new language, not focusing on any specific field. Oh, that's difficult to answer that question. I think depends on what do you want to be doing. I really like Rust because it's new. It's going to give me a new mindset when I'm programming. I'm very used to Python, I'm used to JavaScript, Bash, and also I have been doing some C and C++ as I was talking before, but Rust is bringing me a very new wide landscape mindset about how we can do things differently. That's why I'm interested. I'm learning Rust because Rust is helping me to be a better programmer in the other languages also. But since I started learning Rust, my Python code became better. Yeah, in some ways, I'm being more critical about code and use of resources. So it's nice. And as Nathaniel is saying here, and also Leo, C++ is complicated, is bloated. Yeah, people are putting lots of stuff. Recently, C++ got, for example, pattern matching, and it was in a different way. They are including lots of things. I have not followed that. Commander, thanks for following. And I don't know, looks like they are trying to resolve every problem in a single language. Yeah, and that's why it's becoming complicated. Yeah. Sem comum, thanks for following. Welcome. Okay, so now I have Rust Analyzer running. I have some tests. I was expecting to have the name of this argument here, but looks like Rust Analyzer is not able, but I can look here. So I have an input. I know that input is going to be, how can I call it? How can I call this type? How can I pronounce it? It's a slice over it's a reference vector of string references. I never know how to pronounce this specific types here. It's a slice of string slices. Okay, so a slice of string slices, not exactly a vector, but a slice on string slices, which is exactly this, right? This is a slice of string slices. And Sem comum is asking how to deal with demotivation and procrastination. Well, that's interesting. It's a really interesting question because, you know, I've been trying to learn Rust for a long time, and only on latest 2 months, I'm feeling more productive in Rust. Only in the 2 latest months, I think I'm really learning the language because I decided to do that in group. I'm not doing that by my own. I like to do things alone. I like to read alone and do exercises alone. But when I'm doing alone, it's very easy for me to just let it there and do other stuff. For example, if I'm doing Rust exercises, as I'm doing today, I'm doing the exercism.io exercises. If I was not streaming it, probably I would be getting in a very complicated situation here. I will give up and I will start, for example, going to explore a different Python library because I feel more comfortable in Python. I will be exploring JavaScript because JavaScript is easiest and looks like there are more resources there. So I started streaming my learnings. I started having you guys helping me, motivating me to learn, and I feel like I need to complete these exercises, and you can push me to be doing the best way. So that is what worked for me, and I don't know if it's going to work for everyone. But if you can do your exercises, if you can study in group together with someone else, if you can stream it, it's nice because now streaming is easy. You can do it easily. Just set up your channel on Twitch or YouTube, and you are going to get people on your chat helping you and motivating you. Or if you don't want to publicly streaming, just try to get some more 2 or 3 people in a group and work in a single project. So you can, for example, be doing the same exercises together, because sometimes doing alone is not motivating a lot. Yeah. And Commander Trashing saying that C++ is just taking everything while also trying to maintain backwards compatibility. Yeah. That's not going to end well. That's what I think. I'm not following, but I have friends that is working with C++, and they say that there's a lot of things going on. Language is getting more and more complicated. Yeah. And Commander is asking if I have considered Lisp. I don't know if it was me or for Senkomon, if consider Lisp. I have used only Emacs Lisp. I have been an Emacs user for a long time, and I have been using it to customize Emacs, but not anything else. Yeah, so I'm interested in Rust because I can use Rust in my work soon, I guess. I hope to be able to use it. Yeah. But yeah, if you Leo Diaz said something interesting. If you think streaming is too much for you, you can write blog posts, but try to get a group. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 people together to do same exercises. It's going to be helpful. One can push other to be learning more, and also follow someone else that's learning. Yeah, you can learn some things together. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I was looking to the code. Okay, so for now I understood that I will get this type, which is, let me rephrase it, remember it, it's array of string slices. That's it, array of string slices. It's an array of string slices, but I receive it as slice of that array of string slices. Yeah, it's complicated, but I understand it. I just don't want, I don't know yet how to put proper names on the things. Okay, so I have worker count. What is worker count? Worker count, oh, it's how many workers I will be spawning. Yeah, so when I do my thread pool, I'm being spawning this size of worker. Cool. So for example, here I'm doing 4 workers. I think most of them I'm using 4, but I remember that the exercises says that there is some sequential, yeah, sequential benchmark here. Where is this? Where's the benchmark? Look, oh, it's on, no, benches. Yeah, it's benches here. Benchmark.rs. Okay. And for the benchmark to work, they are passing here worker count. Oh, that's interesting. You see, now in this file, I have worker count here, but on the test case, the Rust analyzer was not able. I think maybe I have to close and open this again. Yeah, maybe Rust analyzer is not able to put annotations in test cases, only on library code. Yeah. And Andres JC 2008, thanks for joining and following. Okay, let's go to the proper code. Count the frequency of letters in the given input. Ensure that you are using the worker count to process the input. So I need to start 4 threads, right? 4 workers in the thread. And Nathaniel is saying that it's an array because it has a size. Okay, so here you say that I have a string reference here, and I have a size, and then when I pass a size, it's fixed, it's an array, and I slice it is just a reference for a slice without the size. Cool. Solve accept. Welcome, thank you. Okay, so I have a match here. Okay, I think this match is not related to the solution. It's just to print this message, but I will run it anyway. I'll try, for example, a cargo test here, just to see it failing. Okay, error. We are expecting it because the unimplemented. Count the frequency of letters in the given input, which is nothing in the first test case. I think the only test case we have that's not ignored is this one. No texts. Yeah, so you're going to count. We are not getting the output. We just want to know. Let me see. Oh, I think we are going to have the output in the hash map. Yeah. So for each letter, we are going to have the output inside the hash map. So the hash map is going to be the char that represents the letter, and the counts, how many times it's on the text. Okay, it's cool. I remove this unimplemented message and let's start. Okay, so how can I start it? Let me drink some water here just to help me thinking. Yeah. I think I need to have the README open here. Count the frequency of letters in text using parallel computation. Let me ignore this parallel computation for a while and think only about counting the frequency of letters in the text. So I think I'm going to iterate over all the tests, all the letters, but I have groups here. I have groups of letters. Each element on this array is a phrase, and then I need to take each letter here, and then for each letter here I need to count the frequency. So I have two iterations here. I have to iterate over the input, and I have to iterate over each of the phrase of the statement I have. Okay, and I need some place where I can store this. So I'll be taking this, for example. If I was doing this in Python, it was going to be easy because I was going to use something that we call I'm sure I think we don't have this in Rust, but in Python we have amazing stuff called collections default dict. And for example, I can create a default dict, and for this default dict I can say that it's going to have a lambda function, and this lambda function actually it's going to take integer. Okay, so let's say it's a counter, and I can get the counter. I can get the counter. I think that's something like this, and I can, for example, say letter A is plus equal 1, and if I get counter again, that's there. So now I have the number 1. If I call it again, I have the counter A there, and now it's 2, right? So you see, I created a counter with a hash map here, right? So there's a hash map here, and this hash map, this dictionary, I create as a default dict, and I can increase it. If I have other letter, not A, for example, now I have B, I can easily just start and do the assignment here, and I do lots of times the same thing, and I will get the counter. So I think what I need to do in Rust is something similar to this. Yeah. What I need to do in Rust is to use something like a hash map. I don't know if we have something like default dict in the standard library, but if I have a hash map, and this default dict is just a syntax sugar, I don't know. It's something we could implement using a try except. For example, if the thing is contained in the hash map, I do increment. If the thing doesn't exist, I just assign 0 to it just to start the counter. And also Python has another interesting thing, which is I think also in collections, which is called counter. Yeah, so it's in the standard library, and I can use the counter, for example, to get all this exercise done. Yeah, so you see, if I create a counter in Python passing a text, and I call C most common tree, it's going to return most common words. Yeah, so I can get this easily already implemented. But I think on Rust I will be using hash map, as people are saying on the chat. Yeah, So Nathaniel is saying no default dict. Look at the entry API on HashMap. That's cool. I was thinking that I will be really using HashMap here. And Commander Trashing say I'm not aware of any serials language that doesn't. Are you kidding? Rust has this sort of primitive. Yeah, okay. We have HashMap, yeah. I'm not sure if it has the default dict, yeah, the thing that can or the counter thing that can already do the checks for me. I think I will need to first check if the thing is included in the hash map. If it's not, I'll be incrementing. Yeah, there will be another level of checkings there. But yeah, for sure, I'll need the hash map to store this data, the ladder and the counts. And okay, let me try to understand something here. I know I can, for example, create a hash map and do push and I do inserts there. Maybe there is some insert method that is like an upsert. Yeah, maybe there's an upsert, something that if doesn't exist, it's going to insert for me. Yeah. Oh, Leo, hash map is the same as a dictionary. Yeah, so if we are comparing to Python, hash map equals dict type. The same kind of stuff. But in Python, we have the default dict, which is a subclass of dict. So the default dict is a specialized dictionary that can be initialized. Yeah. But I think here we have something. What the Commander Trash thing is saying is that we have the entry. So okay, I see that Nathaniel called about the entry, and I was not getting that this is actual the name of something. I was thinking that this is something kind of the entry overall action of entry, and I was trying to look it. So there is something called entry. So I'll be looking straight into that entry here. Entry API, cool. Entry health or insert. So insert a key only if doesn't exist already. Yeah, that's the same thing as the default dict. Interesting. Cool. Or insert with random start buff. Insert a key using a function that provides a new value on it. Yeah, that's it. And Leo is asking if the parallelism for exercise is in a thread level or process level. I'm asking because thinking about sharing the hash map. Yeah, it's on a thread level, but I know that we can use the reference counter. Yeah, we can use the RC and ARC to have a shared reference. Yeah, I think to do this kind of solution, or we need to store everything and do some kind of join later, or we need to use some shared reference. Yeah. Let's see. But I think it's going to be using some shared reference. Okay, so entry or insert. Maybe that's an idea, I don't know. Rust doesn't have green threads. Oh. Okay, I'll save it. Let me... I think code is going to help me to think better. The first thing, if I'm doing baby steps, yeah, as I did before, I need to make this test to pass. So this is empty, and it's time to run some add. I have run this before. I will run later, yeah, because I have not started the exercise yet. In the next time the bot says that I need to run, I will run it. I need to do some productive thing before I put ads on your face. Okay, frequency is 0, is empty, and if it's empty, the return here is going also to be empty, right? Okay. So to make this to pass, I can do easily. I can check, for example, if input.len equals 0. So if the input is 0, I will return a hash map. Hash map is already imported here for me. And I'll create an empty hash map, right? So for those who are coming from Python here, this is the same as return empt dictionary, yeah? So in Python we do this, and in Rust we do hash map new. And as I'm using return here, I don't need to use return here, right? I can just return the hash map new here. And at the end, I will also need to return a hash map new. Doesn't make a lot of sense here, yeah? Okay, to make that, I don't need to check it at the first time. I just need to return a new hash map. I'm not going to use worker count and I have the first test to pass, yeah, okay. First test is passing, that's cool. Now, let me run the second one. I would like to have some command line where I can pass the specific number of test cases that I want. But let's do like this, because I think it's going to fail in the first one, right? No, it's going to do all the one. I want to make cargo to fail at the first test. I do this with PyTest a lot. Let me try to find cargo test, fail at first error. Break at the first error or something like this. Failure to run all tests if one of them failure receive fatal. Yeah, I think it is. It stops at the first build error. No, fatal is for Rust, not for cargo test. Let me just get this, because this is other thing to learn. Options: no run, no fail test. Run all tests regardless of the failure. Well, that should be the default. But it has lots of failure. I don't want lots of failures. I want to stop at the first failure. That's the thing I'm looking for. Package, workspace, all exclude, target selection, no, leaving, example, test. Bench is something that we are going to use later, I think. Features, compilation. Verbals, no capture, no quiet color, message format. Does it have it? Yeah, the Z, I learned it, Nathaniel showed some strings ago. Jobs, no. Threads, no. Profiles. Well, looks like I don't have this option. In PyTest, we can pass a -x, and when you use -x, PyTest is going to stop at the first failure. So we have lots of test cases. First one fail, it's going to stop. Here we have no fail fast. Run all tests. Without this flag, cargo will exit after the first executable fail. That's what I'm expecting. But here at the report, I see lots of failures. Okay. Okay, so let's take this first one here. I don't know if cargo test is going to follow the order of definition. Test all three anthems. I think no. Yeah, so now the next one was going to be test one letter, but I think it's not following the order of yeah, it's not following the order of definition. No problem. And Leo is saying that on Exercism he tries to remove all the ignore and move on. Yeah, I did that before. I'm doing that. FBO, thanks for following and welcome. I think I'll do that. I did that many times before, going here and remove manually the ignore. I put a comment there, and then I run again without this flags, just to see the specific test failing. I think this is best, but there might be something on there. So here we have other failure that's saying that test one letter is failing because it's returning the empty thing and should be returning A1 because we have only one A. And now we need to start counting the frequency of the letters. Now we have a letter. So, okay, I'll get this back here. Now I think I need to force the return of this thing. And okay, if I pass that, let's say this input here is now a single letter, key and value A1, but it can be multiple, like this. I also remove this, so now I want those two tests to be passing. And I'm not talking about parallelization yet. I'm just want to have the thing implemented. Now I need to do the count. So I need to create a new hash map. Let me see. Maybe I can create this hash map as a mutable at the beginning. And if the input is 0, I just return this empty hash map. And if it's not, then I can start incrementing it and pushing things to it. I think it's going to work if I'm talking about serial. But if I'm talking about parallelization, I don't know if the mutable hash map is going to help me, because I will need a shared reference. I need to share it with each worker. But yeah, well, let's try. I'll call it counter, and I'll create here let counter equal hash map. Yeah, cool. How GPay Marzon, thanks for following. How Rust Analyzer knows? Oh, it knows because of the return type. Cool. Okay, so it's going to be like this, and counter its hash map equals. I'm not sure if I like Rust Analyzer yet. Yeah, really. I need to get used to it. You guys, what are you using? RLS or are you using Rust Analyzer? What are you using? If you are already programming in Rust. And why I have this problem here? If maybe missing an else clause. Okay, because at the end I need to return the counter anyway. Nathaniel uses Rust Analyzer, yeah. Okay, I'll get used to it sometime. I have two problems today because I have a new keyboard and I'm getting used to the space between the keys. Yeah, it's different than my old keyboard. On my old keyboard, the keys were larger. Now I have to learn this new one. Sometimes I'm typing the wrong thing. Yeah. It's counter, right? Okay. So I'll return counter, and this counter should be mutable, right? So it's a mut counter, and I can't do a mut counter. Why? Variable does not need to be mutable. Okay, because I'm not mutating it yet. No problem. But I will soon. Yeah, okay, it's still failing. Now I have to, before returning this, I need to do the countings. One way to do that is to iterate over the items on that input. Once I do that, I start using that and try API like it was a default dict. Yeah. I know it's wrong. When we add thread here, things are going to get very different, but let's make at least those two tests passing and start putting things in mind. So we need to count how many times something is appearing. I don't know if I have to consider white spaces. Yeah, That's interesting. Count the frequency of letters in text. Parallelism is about doing things in parallel, blah blah blah. Okay. Learn more and go. So I need to see some test cases to see if I need to. I think not, because white spaces is not a letter. Yeah, I think someone asked about this. I don't remember who, but someone asked if we need to consider white space. And as I can see here on the test cases, for example, test many empty lines, right? So here I have empty lines, not white spaces, and then it's creating a vector and pushing 1000 lines empty there, and it's returning empty. Many times the same text, A, B, C, okay, it's going to be inserted there, but there's no white space. Punctuation doesn't count. Yeah, that's interesting. Punctuation doesn't count. So I have to remove it. Yeah, I need to filter it, right? Frequency, I get this. Okay. Numbers don't count. Numbers don't count. Punctuation don't count. Leo is saying that if it's letter, I also need to avoid apostrophes. Yeah, so I think when I will avoiding apostrophes, it is falling on this punctuation rule, right? I will remove this, all the punctuation. I'll get only the I think there must be some method to filter it. I'll find out. Yeah, so you see this U here with punctuation, it's not going to count, but it's counting here. There's 2. Okay, I think what is this? Is a char. Yeah. So let me start by iterating over it. I'm going to get the key and the value for key value in input. I want to get those 2 things from the hash map. How can I iterate the hash map and get the key value in a single shot like this, as it is items in a dictionary? I think it's maybe I need to convert it. Let me understand it. Hash maps. Get to the documentation back and see the hash map. Get key value. Returns the key value pair corresponding to the supplied key. Kino Toa, thanks for following, welcome. Key value, no, that's not what I want. What I want is something on the where I can iterate the dictionary and at the same time the dictionary, the hash map, and get at the same time a tuple with key value. Here I have keys. It's going to return me keys. Looks like I need something called items. There's no items. Values. Values, I can get the values, I can get the items. Values, item, values and keys. I want both at the same time. Ethermut. Maybe that's it. Yeah, that's it. Ethermut. It's not I just ether. Yeah, just ether. I don't need it to be mutable. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. It's simple. But simple things sometimes are the most difficult. So took me time to remember it. Okay. So I get the key value on the inputs. And now the input that's here, I can't do that. I need two fors. Yeah, I need to get the for I'll call it phrase in input. What I'm doing, I think I'm programming Python here. No. I always do that. So I'll need nested fors here. Dev Giordani, hey, how are you? Today we are playing with Rust, and it's in English, and it's fun because I don't know it a lot. I'm learning, and people are helping me to understand it. Yeah. So I get for phrase in input. Mismatched types, expected struct. Okay, no problem. I'm missing the return. At the end, I'll be returning the counter anyway. But first, I'll be pushing values to the counter. Okay, so now I need to iter over the phrase. No, not the phrase. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing very wrongly. This is not what I want to do. Forget about it. I have the phrase, so just I was doing very wrong thing, and people were not pushing me. Please, if I start doing wrong things, remind me. So I will have, for example, hello world in the first item, and I will have hola mundo, which has a punctuation here, and I can have an empty string here. So that's what I have in the array of string references. Then I will iterate each of the phrases. I call it phrase, but yeah, okay. I iterate over it on the input, and it's already saying me that it's a reference of a reference. Maybe I need to get the E input here, and I have it into iterator on the item. Yeah, maybe that's it. Okay, and then here on this for, which is the second one, I will get each of the phrase, and on the phrase for C, I'll change it later. I'll change it to use a very beautiful API using the proper functional fluid thing. I just trying to understand it in a simple way. So for C in phrase, I'm going to get iterator over it. And on this input, maybe I need also to get the iterator, right? Not sure. No, I don't think I need, or I need. I'm not sure. Let's try this. Okay, so what's the message here? Mismatched type, expected type string, found tuple. So I don't need iterator here, right? Oh, well, I'm having trouble with this Rust analyzer stuff. Yeah. String is not an. Oh, I need iterator here. I need iterator. There's a mismatched type. A reference, a slice over a string reference is not an iterator. The trait is not implemented by it, so I can't iterate like this. I need to iterate like this. Okay, no problem. Because here, when I get the phrase here, I can get like maybe doing the reference here. Not. Let me see. Nathaniel is saying that I don't need the E to reference here. Okay, but you see, this phrase is getting twice ampersand. So that means that it's a reference of a reference, right? And then when I get this reference of a reference here as a C, I will need to dereference it manually like this. Don't get. Oh, let's see the error first. Okay, so for each letter, I'm going now to increase the counter, to push things to the counter, right? And then getting back to the hash map, I'll see that entry API that people were talking about. And I think someone said that I can have the method which is entry or remove and try, raw and try. What is it? And try. Entry. I think I'm in the wrong place. I said that I was going to save this, but let me get back there. Keys, remove key, hash map. No. I have the link here because someone shared the link in the chat. It's Commander Trashing which shared. Oh, this is the place where I'm, right? And you shared a code here saying exactly the method that Nathaniel mentioned, which is the entry or something. I need to get this back. Maybe it's copied on other place here. Well, I think I can find it. I remember it was entry API, which is here, right? Okay. Oh, it's here. Insert with. That's what I want. Insert with. Entry. I'll put here the letter, the char, and then or insert with. I can insert with a function, but I think no, not a function. I think I will use this first one instead of a function. And it's just going to be or insert, yeah. Update a key, guarding against the key possibly not being set. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Let the key like this, and then, yeah. That's what I need. That's what I need to do right here, right? Just adjust it. So I need to let this to be something on the counter. So here is not going to be play stats, it's going to be counter.entry. The key is going to be the char, and the char or insert 0. Not 0, 1. I will start by 1, right? Entry or insert 1. I think not 1, I think 0. Yeah, 0 is going to be the best as a default, because the way I'm doing, 0 is going to be the best. So let the name of this variable here, which is a temporary variable. I know I don't need this temporary variable, but I will use it. How can I call it? It's just C count. Okay, so I have the C count. If it doesn't exist, yeah, thanks, Leo. We have the same thinking, yeah. And then I will increment by 1. Cool. And return the counter. I have an error here. Either. No method either found for type EA string in the current scope. That's where I may have to put this. No. Phrase. Phrase is it's chars. It's chars. That's it. Cool. So we create a counter, and reminding, counter is the same as empty dictionary in Python. In Rust is a hash map, empty hash map. If it's 0, we receive nothing. We are just returning the empty counter. I think it's not good because I'm already returning the counter here. I will change it or not. No, I'm not change it. Let it be, because I know I will change everything soon when I start doing the threading. Yeah, the threads is going to be difficult. I need to have shared reference for sure. Let me try to compile it. Cargo test, cool. I still have some of those tests failing. A1, B1, oh, nice. Look, it's taking the lower cases, and I don't, the case doesn't matter, but I had the one letter working, so my logic is cool in the serial way, right? When I'm going to iterate here, I need to get a map. In this map, I'm going to apply into every single letter, every single char that I'm getting from this. I'm going to apply, let me think, no, not here, not here. Here it's okay. I'm going to put a map here. And then in this map, okay, no, I don't know where to do that. I need to, okay, I'll do that here. I'll do that here. When I'm going to put in try, I'm going to transfer it to lowercase. Yeah, so that's the easiest way, to ASCII lowercase. Wrong, but it's going to work. Yeah, test passing. Okay, so I hope you guys got what I'm doing, and I hope you understand that it's not beautiful because I'm transforming here to ASCII lowercase. If it doesn't exist, I insert 0. If it already exists, I just increment by 1. And at the end we have the counter. And those two first test cases are passing. That's cool. Now I have a choice. Or I go to the next test case. Let me see which is. Next test case. I want a little more complicated test case. This one is just about lots of empty spaces. I don't think this is going to fail because I will put a count on the empty spaces. It's not going to increment anything here, right? When I iterate by chars here, it's not going to have anything to iterate. And then the counter is going to be empty at the end. Yeah, so looks like I don't need this. Let me just be sure about it. Yeah, I don't need that. Okay. That's covered. So test same test many times. Let's see this one. Okay, it's also passing because I'm getting it. Now I have the first one that is difficult. This Wilhelmus is this text. It has some punctuation here, you see. I don't know, it's Dutch. And we have this E with, I don't even know how to pronounce the name of this punctuation in English. If someone else knows, please tell us on the chat. I don't know. But we need to take care about that. So let's run with this. Umlaut. Yeah, I never heard that word before. Umlaut. Now it's fading. Umlaut. I don't know how to pronounce that. Umlaut. Yeah. Oh, I know a very nice website. What's the name of that website? I saved it somewhere. What was the name? Website pronunciation. Someone shared with me this forval. Here I can put some things and see how to pronounce it. Umlaut. Italian, German, but I think it's Dutch.
Umlaut.
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 Umlaut. Cool. And this is forvo.com. Whenever you have to check if the pronunciation is right, you can get here. Okay, get back there. Okay, so we have this umlaut, and I think that's what's causing our test to fail, right? Thread test punctuation panicked on assertion failing. Yeah, it's trema. In Portuguese, it's trema. Trema. But in English, I never needed to pronounce that. Yeah, actually, we don't use this a lot in Portuguese. I don't remember a single word in Portuguese where I think in the past, formal Portuguese, in the very past, it was common. But it has taken off in the new Portuguese rules. And I don't know if there's some word using it. I can't remember a word that I use on my day-to-day that uses a trema. Yeah. Varling Neto, welcome. And Vorsage, you also welcome. And Kinotoa. And Street BR, thanks for following. Welcome to the Code Show. Let's learn some Rust together. Where is that left to right thing? I'm not... The test is failing because I have comma in my hash map. Okay, I have comma in my hash map. Here. Oh, I have a comma here. Right? I need to remove this comma. Because punctuation is not considered. Okay, yeah. And the test is checking if it contains a comma. And it should be different. Okay, I need to remove the comma. Okay, the easiest way to remove the comma. What is the easiest way to remove the comma? The easiest way would be taking each of these phrases and doing a replace. Yeah, I could do a replace. No, and just replace commas with anything else, with empty stuff. But if I want to do in the better way, I think now now it's a good time to use a filter. But where? Let me think. Where to use this filter? J. Victor, hello. Welcome. Jalma, welcome. I'm trying to understand where I need to remove the comma from this text. The phrase is here and I'm iterating over the whole phrase here. So maybe here I'm going to get this filtered, but I can filter only if I have the char, so it should be here. Yeah, so I'm going to filter here. I'm going to receive here on this closure a single letter, and this single letter that I'm going to filter here, I will call it, I can't call it C because I already have C in the context. I don't know, but maybe I can't. I'll call it L, the L of letter, right? And I will check if the letter is having or not having punctuation. Maybe I have something like is alphanumeric is not working. We have is alphanumeric, but is alphanumeric is going to return numbers, and I know by the exercises that for example, this symbol here is going to be alphanumeric. 7 is going to be alphanumeric. Yeah, I don't want it. I want Tuwaski. No, not Tuwaski. Is alphabetic. Is alphabetic. Let me see. Alphabetic is described in chapter 4. A is alphabetic. Love is many things, but it's not alphabetic. I think that's it. Comma is not alphabetic. Yeah, that's it. I check if it's alphabetic in the filter. And I'm filtering only the things that is alphabetic, and then the comma is not going to be part of it. Yeah, that's it. Work it. Yeah, I'm really afraid about how is it going to work when I start using threads, which is going to be right now. And J Victor is asking if it's easy to configure the microphone on Linux. You mean this microphone? This is USB. I just plug it in and it works. Yeah. No need to configure anything. At least on my Linux, which is Fedora. Yeah. And Carlos is saying type German letters with ASCII code. Okay. And Leo Diaz is saying, would it be better to remove outside the scope function because it's other its main concern? This way we can get the letter frequency, count any character occurrence, and counting letters is a sub-problem to solve. You mean instead of doing this filter here, I try to transform this before I iterate over it? Well, I don't want I don't want to calculate the frequency of non-alphabetic. Yeah, I don't want to calculate the frequency of numbers, and I don't want to calculate the frequency of punctuation. So I think is alphabetic is going to work, right? Because I can have anything here. It's filtering anything that is not alphabetic is going to taking out of my collection. Then I only have alphabetic things to count and put in the counter. The other stuff that I'm going to iterate, I'm going to ignore. Yeah. And anyway, if I do that before, I'm going to iterate twice. And here I'm iterating only once. Yeah. And that's one less allocation, I guess. Yeah. Cool. And J Victor, this microphone is now I understood you are talking about this microphone. It's USB, so I just plug it, and on my OBS I configured some filters. So I have noise cancelling filter because I have a baby here. My son sometimes are crying, and sometimes when it's loud you can hear, but sometimes the noise cancelling is removing it. And also I included some compression, yeah, because my voice is very high in tone and I wanted to have a very slow voice. And I put some filter there, yeah, some compressor. It's helping. I'm not exaggerated in the compressor, just a little bit to remove the peaks of my voice. But what I want is to have some hardware, yeah. When I can, I will buy a hardware processor. Then I can put filters there, and then you guys are going to see me talking on the stream in a very low voice, like I was in a radio. Yeah, that's going to be very fun. Cool. Okay, so if that test passing, maybe all the tests are passing right now, right? Or not? Looks like all the tests are passing. Cool. If all the tests are passing, looks like I have my first implementation. That's okay. It took me almost 1 hour, I think. 40 taking, doesn't counting all the conversation, 40 minutes to implement it. Yeah, at the first time using this solution. Now the most important part is to turn it to a parallel implementation. So if the tests are passing, I will run cargo. Look, I'm not using worker count here. Yeah, it's an used variable. No problem. I'll try to run cargo FMT. Oh, warning, can't set match block trailing comma. Oh, I see. I see the problem. I have set let me figure out it. I copied from someone a cargo. Let me open this file. I remember it's on config cargo, no, rust fmt TOML. Yeah, I copied this file from a friend. I asked for some rust fmt config file. He shared this one with me. It looks like this file only works on nightly rust, and I'm using stable rust. So most of the things here is not going to work because the feature is available only on nightly. Maybe I can do what Nathaniel said, which is pushing nightly here, right? Cargo plus nightly FMT. Cargo is not installed for toolchain nightly. Rust up component. Oh, I have not used cargo rust FMT in the nightly toolchain. If I try to run it now, maybe, I hope it's not going to eat all my internet. Let me try. I hope. Downloading. Every time I try to download something here, sometimes I have my string broken. Looks like that's not the case. It should be very small. And now I think I can run. Yeah, that was the thing. I can run this using plus nightly, and then I force it. I don't recommend you a custom format because people will use the default. If you have a project and want particular format, put the format config in the project. Okay. Yeah, my problem is I really like to use 80 columns. Yeah. This is some unpopular opinion, but I try to stick with this 80 columns for all my code. I'm not doing anything higher than that. And I don't know if I can pass this here like line length to cargo FMT when I run it. No, because for Python, for example, we have black, and you see, I always run my black for Python with 79 to be formatting. Yeah, and black is for Python the same as cargo FMT. But okay, I will maybe not be using this. And looks like it's not respecting my. Oh, it's respecting 7. I'm here on the 7.8, so that's cool. I just lost my. I had a ruler here. I don't have that anymore. No problem. So what I'm going to do is submit. I know it's not right. It's not passing on the bench yet, but I will submit only as a history. Okay. Okay, Leo. Thank you for joining and have a good night. I will submit it. And now let's go to the step 2, which is transforming this solution into something that is going to use parallel to use threads. How can I do that? If I'm going to use the rayon, which is an external crate, I know that I can change this iter here just to, for example, per iter, and then this per iter is going to run in multiple process threads, and everything inside this block with a few changes is going to be automatically managed by rayon. For doing that, I will need to install it, which is an external crate. Maybe I'll do that, but I think that first I need to make it work with only the standard library. On the standard library, we have use std thread, not threads, only thread. Okay, so I have thread. I can spawn new threads. Vani Reltzi, thanks for following. Welcome to Code Show. I really don't know a lot about this model. I know it exists. I read it on the book, but I'll need to come here and look for it and understand it. Okay, threading model. Communication between threads can be done through channels. So I have played a little bit with Go channels, and I think there is the MSPS for Rust, which is similar. Leo is asking if it's allowed to add new crates to Exercism solutions. I think it is. Yeah, you can include on the cargo for that project, cargo toml, you can include external crates. I don't know, maybe the mentor is going to comment and say that, for example, if the thing is very easy to do with standard library and you use some external stuff, maybe someone is going to comment that you should try or suggest you to try both approaches, yeah. But you can. What about going with Tokyo? I don't know. Tokyo is going to work with futures, right? You're going to have this async futures. That may work, but it's more for IO, yeah? Tokyo.io. We are not doing IO bound. What we are doing is more CPU bound, yeah? This counting stuff, yeah. If we were some kind of assessing something, some file descriptor, or doing some request, it may work with Tokyo, I guess, but maybe it's not very performatic because we don't have IO to wait. So well, communication between threads is done through channels, Rust, message passing types along. Okay, I have read about it sometimes in many books. The latest book I read is the Rust programming language from O'Reilly. There's a chapter for it there. And then I can share data between threads using the arc. That was, I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream. Arc is a shared reference counter, yeah, shared. Okay, it's time now. I'm going to try that add thing again. While I think about it, 30 seconds. Don't go away. Just tell me if you can see the ads. And where I was here. Okay, yeah, it's completed. Cool. So Nathaniel is giving a hint that I should be using channel. You shouldn't use channels for this. Actually, you shouldn't use the standard sync MPSC in general. Okay. So I was thinking about the MPSC because it works like Go channels, right? More similar to Go channels, but I shouldn't use it. I should. So what I'm thinking about is I will get this counter and I'll put this counter inside an arc. Yeah, so I get this type here, this arc. I will create that char map kind of stuff inside an arc. Then I can share this arc with the threads. Mutable. No. Threads can return a value. Okay. So I can get all the return values for the threads, and that value can be a hash map. Okay. So I can have a new hash map for each thread. And then the thread is going to have every phrase. And for every phrase I have here, I think I'm thinking about it. So for every line on this array, this is going to be processed by one thread. So the first thread takes this one, second thread, and it's going to be 4 threads. So this 4 is going to be processed at the same time. And this one is going to return a hash map, hash map, hash map, hash map, the same way I'm doing. Yeah, so this counter here is going to be returned by each thread. And then this thread is, let me see. At the end, I'll need to accumulate this and do the countings again. I don't know. Let me think. I know I'm using thread. Yeah. Also, I think I'm using the arc. Where is the arc? Standard sync arc. I think I need the arc because it's a thread safe reference count pointer. And I need to pass data even if I'm just getting it. I don't know. I think I will need this. Standard sync arc. So I'll need those two things. Where I'm going to apply it. So this counter is a hash map. I'm expecting to get a hash map from each of the thread. As Nathaniel said, a thread can return a value. So what I need to do is to take all the values returned by threads, collect it, and once I collect it, I will do counts over it on each worker. Okay. So I will have lots of counters instead of having a single one. Here I have a single one. Now I'm going to have lots. So everything above, beyond this, below this line is old. I'm going to implement new things here, right? And I'm going to remove from there when I get to the point. So first I need to create something mutable where I can be aggregating all the counters. So I'll call it counters. Lots of counters. I don't have only one. I have one counter by each thread now. I need to set the numbers of workers first. Yeah, I think now I'm going to use the worker count when I'm using the thread. when I do thread spawn, I can spawn many threads, and then I pass the count there. But at the beginning, I can create multiple counters. Okay, maybe I can create this counter as an array, as you said, with specific number of counters. So I'm going to have one counters for each. And I don't think it's going to work, because if each counter, I have 8 entries here. I'm going to have only 4 workers. So at the same time, they are going to get this in any order, but then they are going to get this again, and then they are going to return counts for 2. So the first worker is going to count for these 2 lines, for these 2 lines, and at the end I will need to increment it. Or I need to, I can't share. I'm going to end with race conditions, and this is a very common case of race conditions. If I pass, for example, a counter for a letter A, and I set it to 0, right? And I have 4 counters running at the same time. The first counter is going to try to increase this by 1. And then the second is going to try to increase this by 1, which was 0 before. I'm going to have race conditions there if I do it like this. So maybe I would not use the arc. Yeah, maybe I'm going with Nathaniel idea of getting the return of threads, and after I get the return of threads, I do the counts again. I do the counts only at the end. Yeah, only after I accumulate things. So the counters, I don't like the name counters, but okay, let it be like counters. Counters, it's mutable, and it can be a vector, because I will accumulate lots of counts inside here. Okay, so I have a counters vector unknown. Yeah. Rust still doesn't know what I'm supposed to put inside this vector, but I will figure out soon. Let me just see something here. Yeah, there's a lot of people in YouTube. Nice. Please feel free to use the chat and come to Twitch if you want to interact more. Yeah, we are having more fun on Twitch chat. Cool. Okay, I have this to now I'm going to have each counter separately, and what I want to do is I want this calculation to be done in each worker, and I'm going to get this result and put inside this vector of counters. And now I don't know what to do. Now I have to create the worker for worker in Carlos is saying that probably the first worker, it's going to pass the current counter to the next worker and so on until the last worker returns the final counter, I think. Will that work? If I get the first worker, I get the first worker to pass, but then it's going to be sequentially. Yeah, I think what I want is I want to, for each worker, I need to spawn a new thread. Yeah, so that's what I want. And for each worker, I'm going to have a separately hash map. After the workers stop doing what they are processing, it's going to include the resolved calculated things into this counters vector. And then at the end, I'm going to take all the counters from this vector and do my countings, sum it again. Yeah, I think that's the safe way. I could use an arc to share. I could have a single hash map, share it inside an arc. I guess I can do that. But then I think Rust is going to give me some errors because it can lead to race conditions. Yeah. And Nathaniel is saying that I don't need counters like this. I don't need somewhere to be accumulating it. I see. I can have it in my iteration. Yeah. What I'm thinking is, for worker in starting from 0 to the worker count. Okay, so I get a range here. I'm going to get, for example, 0, 1, 2, 3. It's not inclusive. If I put equal here, it's going to be 5 workers if I pass 4, but in this case I have 0 to 3. The join handler will result the value from each thread. Okay, I have a join handler. Cool. I'll try that. And if I have a join handler, it's very similar to Python, because in Python we have a threading model, and I can spawn the threads, and after I can use a join to wait the result of each thread. Maybe it's similar. And if it's similar, I'm going later to put this on my repository. I think I closed it, but I have that repository where I compare Python to Rust. If it's similar, I'm going to put that there. Okay, so for each worker on the range of workers, I'm going to have 4 workers, for example, here. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to create this hash map new, right? For each worker, I'm going to have a new hash map. But instead of passing hash map here, let me think. What I'm trying to do, I don't know. What I'm trying to do. I need this inside the thread. What I want is, for each one, I need to do a thread spawn. I know this. What is expecting? Now it's expecting a function. I can pass a function, and this function is going to run once. F and once. It's going to run. It should be a closure. The join handle. Okay, join handle spawns a new thread returning a join handle. Okay, that's going to be the return type. The join handle implicitly detach the child thread upon being dropped. Okay. The join handle provides a join method. Okay, that's very similar to the Python threading library we have in this Python standard library. We have threading that works just like this. It has a builder. Okay, spawn. I'm not going to read everything, but I think I got the idea. Example. Let handler. Oh, that's a good name. Handler equals thread spawn. And then I pass a closure for it. After I do that, I do the join, which is Nathaniel was saying, which is the join handler. I unwrap it. I'm going to have all the data type that I passed. And okay, threads are made to communicate using channels. Here's this look. Okay, move. Also shows how to use the move in order to give ownership to values. Yeah, this is what I was thinking about doing, Nathaniel. I was thinking about using MPSC channel. I was thinking about creating a channel and then passing a channel to each of the threads. And through that channel, I was going to communicate the counts. But I could have race condition. I get it. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with the simple thing first. Simple thing is this. I'll copy this from here, right? I will use the same name, which is handler. Going to be easy. Okay, so I have a handler which is a thread spawn, and here I'm going to put the threaded code. Yeah, now it looks very similar if I'm going to use rayon and just change it to par either, and everything inside it is going to be parallelized by rayon. Yeah, it looks similar right now. What if channels just send a +1 message to the main thread? There will be no race condition. It just sends a +1. And then after, if the channel sends me a hash map with letter and a +1, or you were suggesting we have a channel for each letter, I think channel would be returning a hash map with A1, B1, and then at the end we join it. I think that's the same of what we are doing here, no? Because I think now inside this thread spawn, which is a closure, I will get, I'm going to either, okay, I can do with, I think channel looks more natural for me because I already played with in channels in Go, yeah, for some exercises, and then I know a little bit how it works. But I think threads is also similar to how Python does in the threading model, so both things are going to be okay. Okay, so I have threads spawned here in this spawn. It's returning the join handle. PHP has a channel. Yeah, I'm not aware about that. I have worked with PHP very long time ago. Yeah, I have to be doing. I'll try to do some PHP exercises to get an upgrade. Yeah. I just don't know now what to do inside this this thread. Maybe just the same thing I did before, but I have to, well, I have to take the data, the input data that is here. Yeah, that's it. I have to take the input data. I have to distribute it on the threads. And the input data, I have 4 threads, and the input data I can have 8 lines. I have to distribute it. So that's it. I will distribute the data. How can I distribute the data? I need to do a while, maybe. While I have things there, while I have data in input, I create new threads to consume it. Once it finishes, I stop. Oh, cool! It has a coroutine extension based on Erlang on Go. Soul. Yeah, I heard this name before. Soul. Soul. Swole. I don't know how to to pronounce it, but yeah, someone talked about it. I think I was watching some live streams and the person was using it. Okay, what can I do? I don't know. Okay, I know what I can do. Here inside, I need I have the index for the worker count here. The worker is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to use this number inside, and with this number in hand, I will take I will divide the input phrases, this, and distribute based on that number. So if I have 4, I know that I need to divide it by 4, and it's just nonsense. Yeah, you are right. Thank you for following in. It's just nonsense. Sometimes programming is nonsense, but when we have tests passing, it becomes more easy to find the sense on it. But right now my code has no sense at all. Yeah, I don't even understand what I'm doing here. but I will understand in some minutes. Yeah, I don't want to go too far today, but I just want to have this threading thing working. For each worker, I will divide the data between the threads. The data is input, which is above there. So here I need to get input. Maybe now it's time to do something. Nathaniel says that I don't need the counters here. Okay, I will remove the counters, but I need to get the input cleaned out, right? I need to clean up the input. So I can do like let input equals, I'm going to shadow the input. I don't need to return it. I just need to return the counter. Then I shadow the same input dot iter, and I will put here on this iter. I will going to map to filter. Map or filter? I'm going to map. To map here, transform one iterator into another. And my input is... No, I need to... let me think. I need this to be cleaned up. So it's filter. Filter, yeah. I'm going to take the filter, I had this, and filter there. And Nathaniel is saying, write a function that takes a slice of string slice, okay, and returns a hash map. Figure out how to divide the input for each thread. Spawn a thread, calling a function from step 1 with each chunk of data. And join handle, okay, merge the values. What about if I assign the iteration task to one worker and the counting task to another worker? Cool. It's just nonsense. Is asking if exercism is nice. Yeah, it's nice. I like it. I think the quality of exercises are good. And here I have Nathaniel, which is mentor on the Rust track, always helping me. Also, we had some other mentors joining randomly here. I don't remember exactly the names. And also other people that are also learning, helping. So maybe if you are doing this alone, it's going to be more difficult. But it's very nice, yeah. And I know that they are investing on it. They are hoping to have more community involvement there. So I think it's already nice. It's going to get very better here. Okay, so Nathaniel is saying that if we are going to use multiple threads to iterate and also to work to count, maybe it's better to use external thing called rayon, which is easy. But I will first try to do this. I don't know if I will reach to the rayon. But let's try this first. So Nathaniel says that I should create another function. So I'll create another function here. And that function is, write a function that takes a slice of string slice and returns a hash map. Okay, so my second function is going to be the same like this. But instead of working in the full... and it's not going to have the worker count because it's a single worker, and I can call it figure out how to divide the input for each thread. Spawn the thread calling the function from step 1. Okay, so this is what I'm going to count. Yeah, so do the count is going to be the name of my function. Very interesting. Okay. And this function is going to be very similar to what I had before. What I had before is this, okay? So I can take this out of here. and go there to that function. That's a good idea, because then we are separating the concerns, isolating the responsibilities. Very nice. It can be just a function without being public. The only public thing is frequency. Okay, the do the count here is going to do very similar stuff. Okay. Okay, so what I need to now to understand is that I'll keep like this and I'll treat the errors later. I know that I might have errors, but I need to get how I divide that data to pass only the proper amount of things here to each of the things. Okay, and inside this thread spawn is where I'm going to call that function. Cool. Thread spawn, and I will call that function to get the hash map. So maybe I don't need this. I don't need this closure here. I just call that function with the thing, right? Or I'm supposed to have a closure when I do threading. There's a standard method for splitting up a slice into multiple chunks of the same size. Chunks. There's the chunks method, right? To get the same size. I have used that on other exercise, the chunks. Also, there's the step by. I can iterate and step by. Step by. I think step by is going to work, right? If I get in the iterator I step by, I'm going to iterate by 4, for example. I get 4. I distribute those 4 to each of the workers, and then I do this again by 4. If I do with chunks, what's going to happen if I have, for example, 7 items, 7 phrases, and I do chunks by the number of workers by 4? Yeah, isn't that what chunks does anyway? Yeah, I guess. Okay. I'm just not sure yet what I'm going to put here inside the thread spawn. I still need this closure, and then I call this function inside the closure, or I can just spawn this function directly. And before I do this, if I have 7 elements and 4 workers, how big is my chunks? If I have 4 workers and 7 elements, I'm going to give 2 elements to each worker, and one of the workers is going to get only 1 element at the end. Or I can give 3 elements to 1 worker and then 1 to no, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm going to get 2 divided by 2, and then what, doesn't matter if something is remainder. Yeah. I think I need to go to the documentation to look at the threads, because I'm lost there. It will over-engineering to implement a pull system. Yeah, if I want to have a pull system, I can use a thread pool. Thread pool is an external crate, and also there is the rayon. Yeah, the rayon, which is the par either. Right now, what I'm going to resolve is: do I need to move? I think I need to move. Yeah. And also I need to move this closure, or I can just call that function directly, or I need the closure. I think I need the closure. I don't see any example calling the function directly. That's my current question. But okay, so looks like I need to move. Makes sense to move the ownership of this process to this block to the thread, and then inside this thread is where I'm calling my do the count function, with accepting the input. So before I do this, now I'm going to take the input, which is here. I still need to filter it. So how I'm going to filter? Oh, I can filter inside that, so I don't need to filter it. I'm going to filter inside each of the threads. Okay, so here I'm going to take the input. I'm going to iter over the input. When I iter over the input, let me think. Input iter, then I get all this. Nathaniel is saying that I need to be using the chunks method, right, from iterator. So if I use the chunks, I have used that before. Hi, Space Devs. How are you? Space Devs is watching us on YouTube. I'm fine. I'm great, actually. I'm trying to do some threading in Rust, iterating over some chars using multiple threads, and that's been my challenge for today. Okay, chunks is not from iterator, it's on slice. Cool. It's on slice. And I have the chunk size. Now I need to calculate how I'm going to divide the data. And how I'm going to divide this data is taking the number of workers. So I take the number of workers, I divide the len of my collection. And well, the number I need to the chunk is the len of my collection divided by the number of workers. So for example, I don't want to use Python because division in Python is very bad. It's not the same as in Rust. So let me go to the play Rust lang. It's going to be easier. This is from our key code example last week, remember? I'll be creating a main function here. In this main function, for example, what I need to do is I need to take the size of the data. So for example, my data, let data equals array having hello world and having olá mundo. I'll put more things here. Okay, so that's my data. Now I want to give those two to one worker, this other two to another worker, and so on. How can I get to that? I have 4 workers, right? So workers equals 4. And then to calculate that, I'm just going to get, let me use dbg, which is easier. I'm going to get data. I'm going to get data .len. I think I can do that. And I will divide this by the number of workers. Maybe that's something that's going to work. Yeah. Where is my dbg? Data len workers equals 1. Okay. It's saying that I need only one worker? No, I have one data lane divided by the number of workers. So this divided by 4. I was expecting to have... Oh, that's wrong. Let me see. Oh, Space Devs, I'm not monitoring YouTube, yeah. I'm streaming to YouTube, but I'm not even looking at there, yeah. I'm looking at the chat, but people stopped talking on the chat there, yeah. So you are saying that YouTube is frozen, the screen? I don't know what's happening. I know that I might had some problem with my bit rates here, but overall I think the transmission was good on Twitch. Yeah, that was, I think, I guess. And YouTube is saying that I have 6 people there. I don't know if it's, yeah, it's been difficult to be streaming on YouTube because lots of problems there. So it's saying that I'm alive. Let me see. Lots of oh, that's all. It's okay there. Saying that I'm alive. Looks like it's working fine, yeah. But maybe sometimes it's freezing more than on Twitch, yeah. Okay. What happens if workers is greater than data.len? Workers is greater. Okay, so I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I have, for example, 8 workers, yeah. If I have 8 workers, yeah, that's bad. Oh, I need to get to this. Let me think. Maybe using the step by is easier. Yeah. Step by is on either, right? If I do step by, let me try it. Data.either dot step by, and I do I step by the number of workers. What it's going to return? Well, step 7, first take true. Okay, it returns some kind of generator, and I need to iterate again to be stepping. Yeah. Museum, hey, welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I have done also a shootout of your stream at the beginning of this transmission. I was telling that your stream is very nice. You do some muted stream only with sound. I think it's nice. I always go there and tries to follow what you are doing, and I'm using your the code you did for Twitch chat. I was showing people here that great Twitch chat, great, yeah. But you are saying that I can use chunks or windows which are on slice. Yeah, Nathaniel, you have to collect into something like a vector. I have to collect into something like a vector to do this step. Okay. After I do step by, I have to collect. Yeah? Hello, Live the Python. Hello, Eduardo. Welcome. I see you are giving very nice classes, very nice course today. I have followed part of it, and not followed, but I have accessed it through my mobile just to see what was happening there. Yeah, that's cool. And it's time to drink water. Iterators of size n depend on if you want to overlap or not. Okay, let me try to... which direction do you want to iterate? And Nathaniel was saying that I need to collect to a vector. Okay, let's get back to the code and see what I can do here. I'm created this function. I'll maybe change this later. But here I need to figure out, I'm iterating over all the workers. So for every worker count here, I'm going to spawn that function with some data here, which is the input I want. And it's going to return me a hash map with the counts. So here is where I need to decide this data. I need to decide how much of this collection I need. So I do the iter, and I do here I step by. But Nathaniel was saying that step by is the same thing as the worker. That's what I don't understand. As the chunks. Yeah, I'm having issues to figure out how to calculate based on the input, but I know I can use chunks over a slice. So first I need to collect it, right? To be able to use the chunks. I'll go where collection. I have already solved this. Bruno Barbosa, welcome. I was just thinking that step by may be more clean because I'm stepping on the iteration for the number of workers until it finishes. But if you think that chunks may work, I already tried to see that chunks is on slice. Okay, chunks is on slice. Chunks returns an iterator over chunk size, elements of the slice at a time, starting at the beginning of the slice. Okay, I have used this before, and it's going to panic if chunk size is 0. Okay, that's a very good information, because I was expecting chunk size 0 here. So if I'm not expecting chunk size 0, what I need to do is to do a if input.len, I have to get back this equals 0. I have to force a return of a new hash map here, just to ensure that I'm not going to have 0 when I get to this point, right? So I figure out the 0. Let's get back there. Slice chunks 2. When I get iter input, I get iter. The iter here is an iterator, and what I want is a slice to be able to call the chunks. But first I need to figure out how many things I want here. What if I do this differently? Yeah, I don't know. You say that I need to collect it in a vector. I need to do either. I need to collect it. Okay. I will collect it in a vector. I'm trying to follow Nathaniel and Museum and Carlos and everyone else ideas here. So I collect this in a vector, and this is going to be a vector of what? A vector of string reference. That's the idea, Nathaniel, you are talking about, that I need to collect it first. After I collect it in a vector, I can I just want to call chunks, but to call chunks I need the slice, yeah. Ignore the correct into a vec. That was in regard of the BG. Okay, yeah, in step by. I want to call the chunks, and I need to know to call the chunks. I need to have the slice. So by that iterator, to get the slice, I just know how to get the slice if I do this explicitly here. I need to get the number. I need to calculate the number before. How many workers I have in the len of this thing, and then I get the size of the thing I need to return. Yeah. So let me create something here. Let data equals input dot either, and then I will want it either before I iterate over the workers, because I already have the number of workers here. What I'm trying to do, I just need a number. That's so difficult to get a number. No, I need the size, I need the chunks. Yeah. Oh man. I know it's easy to use rayon directly, but I want to think more. Yeah, I want to think more. Worker size, let handler. What can I do? This is the thing I want to calculate, to get. How big is the chunk size? Is the len and the worker count is the same? Okay. How big is the chunk size? Is the len and the worker count is the same? Okay, I get it. If the len is the work size is the same, then the chunk is going to be 1, right? The chunk size is going to be 1 if it's the same. I have only 1 by worker. But if, for example, the len is larger than the work size, which is the case for some test cases, if you take this test case here, for example, using some of those strings, I have my playground. Okay, my playground. My playground is here. What my playground says. In this case, if I have more workers than this, now I need to collect, as you were saying, I need to collect, and I collect this as a vector. And maybe this can be a vector of anything. Let's see. Hello world. Hello world. Yeah. What does it say if workers is 6? Okay, because it's going to be the same. Well, but my DBG is taking only 1 here, right? It's stepping by workers, and it's taking the first. It's taking the first collection there. The first. Hello world 2. Just to know if I understand, I'll put numbers in here. Don't use step by. Okay, don't use step by. What's my chunk size? My chunk size is 1, right? If it's the same, my chunk size is 1. Yeah. But only if it's the same. I don't get why this DBG is returning that value for me. because I'm collecting as a vector, but yeah, I'm stepping by 1. Yeah, my chunk size is 1. And if, for example, I have 3, my chunk size is going to be 2. I hope, yeah. So my chunk size now is 2. But it's higher. For example, I have 10 workers and I run it. My chunk size is still 1. Step by workers. Okay, looks like I can use this. What formula I'm going to use to get 1? I'm going just to divide it by the workers and get the... I think I'm going to get the remainder, yeah? So, if I try to get the len of it... This deal, welcome. What formula? That's the idea. Okay, I think I know what's the formula. I just don't know yet where to put it, because okay, I know if I'm going to call step by, I think I know. Hey Rio Pardense, welcome back. I can do either step by and collect like I'm doing here, and when I do this collect, I can just pass this vector to that function. So if I'm going to use step by, I know how to do that. I just don't know how to do with the chunks. Where can I call the chunks? Yeah, because this is the thing I want to be spawning here. So the worker count 0.4. Here I'm going to get this slice of the input based. No, that's bad. Skip by skips and steps every step, by the way. Skip by skips and steps every step. Okay, skip by. Skip. Okay, step by skips and steps every step. Oh, okay. So if I go with step by, I'm going to lose some information. Yeah. Oh, how it's so difficult. Okay, I like those links, Nathaniel. That's cool. Welcome, Raiders.
Watch
Richie.
or watch the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for the raid. Yeah. Say hello, people. Thanks a lot. Today is Rust. I'm trying to solve some Rust exercises. It's in English, and I know that some people came from Brazil, so there's this schedule here. Tuesday in English and Thursday in Portuguese, but feel free to chat in Portuguese if you want, yeah? That would be cool. And thanks again, Rich. Input 1, 2, 3, okay, you are going to 10. Thank for the following. Worker 6 chunk size unimplemented. Okay, so input dot chunks. Okay, so you are okay. I can call chunks directly. This is the thing I was missing. Yeah, I was trying to get where I could call the chunks. Yeah, so I know that chunks is a method of slice, and that's the part I was missing. I was trying to do either to call chunks after, but looks like I can call chunks directly here, and that's the thing I was trying to want to do. Yeah, that's cool. Abner, you came for English, but now you are excited by the Rust. Okay. Vex squares into slices automatically. Oh, that's nice. Cool. Cool. Now I think things are going to get interesting. And I have one more link Is that a lot of spoiler or not? Let me see. Now that I got that part where to call the chunks, I think I'm going to be able to solve that part. Yeah. Cool. So here you are doing a range and collect this range into a vector, the same thing that Nathaniel did before. Then you are getting two iter and step by 3 and collecting, and it's going to be 0369. Okay, so that's what you were talking about. Step by is going to skip some values and I'm going to miss it. Yeah, I don't want that. What I want maybe is like this. Yeah. So this unimplemented is what I should resolve that. Thank you, Nathaniel. That's cool. The chunk size. The chunk size is... Now it's going to get easier. Chunk size. The input len, so I get the input, which is this array here. Not array, yeah, because it don't have a size, but I get this len. And it's 10. I just want to get it divided by 6. It's not going to work if I get divided by 6. I want to get... Yeah. It's very simple. I know that it's very simple. Think again. Yeah, my first thought is that I'm going to divide it by the number of workers, but then I'm going to have problem depending on the size of workers, right? So in this case, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. No, that's not helping a lot, because here the chunk size is assuming that I have 10 workers. Okay. It's assuming that I have 10 workers, which is not nice. So maybe what I need is just like this. I'm just trying because I don't know. Yeah. So I have 6 workers and I have 1 2 3 collections for 6 workers. That's not cool. That's not what I want. Yeah, I want to have 6 collections, 1 for each worker, and if I divide it like this, it's going to return 3. And okay, let me see, 2. It's going to be 2 dot something. It's not right. If I get workers, if I get the other way around, okay, I'll get to that. 1 second. If it's the same, I know that it's going to be 1. If the input is larger than the workers, I'm going to divide the input by the number of workers, which I already done. Yeah, this by input, but it's not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work because chunk size cannot be 0. Well. I'm almost there. No, that's the same thing, the same problem. What's the formal one here? I think I need to do some if here. Yeah, so I think I need to do some... I need to check, for example, if... worker 6 is hard. Okay, try 4. Okay, let me try 4. You are telling me that I have a simple math to do here to get to the number of chunk size, right? Okay. And it's going to be input. I have lots of inputs. I have to divide it by the number of workers. But I need to ensure that this number that's going to return is not 0. Right? Because it's going to fail if the number is 0. Oh, input workers. Integer. Input len. Yeah, that's okay. No, that's not okay. No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. In this case, that's okay. But I still have to think about... I tried that when we had 6 here. Yeah, so I really tried that exactly stuff. But my chunk size is not what I expect. Right? Oh, that's... I was expecting 5 chunks on the chunk size. 5 chunks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should still get 4, but here I have 10. I still okay. I have only 4 workers. You were right. So I have the input len. I don't know. Let me think. Anyway. If I divide the input len to the workers, it's just going to work if it's divisible. If it's divisible, it's going to work. But if it's not, I'm going to have some... What if I just consume this input list? Oh no, I can't do that using step by because, well, I'll try a little bit more. Not the easy answer yet. But I was thinking if I use a step by and there's a way that I can get back to, it's going to skip. What I would like to do is not skip. If I can use step by or CU, yeah, Leo, CU, like CU, and like a pagination, yeah. If I was doing a pagination on that data, I was going to do the len of the pages, all the pages divided by the number of pages, but also after I do that, I will ensure that the division calm down. It should be the easiest part, yeah, of all this thing, not the I don't know. Unexpected. This is unexpected, I think. Okay, I'll take the input len divided by workers, like I was in a pagination. But then after I do that, I need to ensure it's not going to be 0 plus 1. Why I'm going to do plus 1? Workers plus 1. Workers plus 1. It's that easy? Yeah, here I have 4. Let me test with the minimum number of chunks must be 2. I don't know how much spoilers I should give, but Russ has checked math, which returns an option. Oh, we used the check it on the previous exercise, no? I think we used that. Chunks has to be greater than 0, yeah. But I'm on the code here, I'm checking if the input is 0, right? If it's 0, I'm just returning and avoiding that to happen before. So if my chunking for my workers is 6, it's going to be 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm going to have an idle worker. So because here I just have 5 chunks, I'm going to be spawning only 5 workers. Maybe what I want is not to spawn 5 workers. I want to be, but the minimum size of the chunks is going to be 2. Must be 2 anyway. Yeah, 6 is hard. Cool. And what if okay, I got it now that I can get the chunk size by this. And now also I got that I can call chunks directly in the input. And what I'm going to have here is something that I need to collect. Input chunk size. I need to get every chunk here, and I need to accumulate it in something I will call data. And this data is going to be this divided by the chunks. But then I'm going to have a problem. If I went to have 6 workers, which is not the case for that exercise, yeah, the exercise is not considering 6 workers, so it's considered only 4, so that's okay. But if I went to have 6 workers, I'm going to have a problem, because in my code here I'm iterating over the worker count, and I want to spawn a thread for every worker. So instead of doing that, I will, instead of create this range here, I would iterate over the chunk size, yeah, because I calculated the chunk size based on the workers. I assume that the chunk size is always be 1 chunk by each worker, yeah, because I already have the worker counts here, and here is not workers, it's worker count. Ilkien, thanks for following, welcome. Okay, Museum, you sent me some things that I should not be looking until I figure out by my own, right? Different way of doing it, yours is inverted. I want workers, not partitions. Yeah, I want both. I want to have the data, the partitioned data, and now I want to be distributing those each of those partitions to each worker. So I think that now here I'm going to use that data, but instead of iterating over the range of workers, I will iterate over this data. which is going to be each of the partition, like here. And it's going to be okay if I have 1, 2, 3, 4 workers. But with 6, I'm going to have problem. But if it's something like this, I need to ensure that I have data for each worker, or that I don't spawn. So in this example, I have only 2 workers. Then I don't want to spawn workers if I don't need it. I'm thinking that it's... I still think that I can do that using the step by, yeah. If I can jump until the end, I can do a while consuming scoping problem with threading spawn. Okay. I think that scoping problem might be something related to the shared reference, no? Here. Where I'm calling this to the count. I'll get there, yeah. Do I have time for it? Cool. You guys are having fun seeing me. Not easy. Not easy. Let me see. And Jackson collect for worker. Okay, this part is okay for work. I'll try that, and then after I do that, if I have problems of spawning more workers than I need, I try to resolve. Yeah, that's. I have the chunks. That's important. The data is here. It's collected. I have chunk size. Okay, but I need to. This chunk size is something that I need to take care before, yeah? I need to take care before here. I need to take care about cleaning that data before I calculate the chunk size. Here, I have input len, but this input len is considering white spaces, all that stuff, right? Oh no, because it's just a collection. Okay, no problem. It's just a collection of strings. If it's empty string, it's going to be a problem. So it's not empty string, it's okay. Use size worker count, okay. So like here I have the data. Here I have the handler. Thread spawn. So inside this, let me remove the call to that function first. Maybe you are convincing me to use Rayon. So I just install Rayon, use Parhider, and everything's going to be resolved. But I really want to understand it. So here I'm going to get data. I know I can do this inside this thread. I'm already inside the thread. How can I do that? How can I do it? I have some ideas. Like I can have, for example, the temporary data here. And this temporary data is going to be data.clone. Okay, I know it's not ideal to do that, but I have a temporary data before I spawn the thread. And inside the thread, I use the temporary data. So now I don't have shared stuff. I'm cloning it and I'm moving it there. And then I'm going to iterate over it inside here. And cool. Now I have the number of the worker 0, 1, 2, 3 here. And for each worker, I need to get from this data the same index 0, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to take from this 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm going to take it data iter. I'm just going to take it the I can do like this, no? Yeah, I can do like this. And then I can pass the worker here. And actually it's going to be worker, it should be called worker index. Because I don't have a worker, I have only the index of the worker there. And then for this temporary data, I take the chunk that is belonging to that worker 0 1. Oh, but okay, that's going to have I'm going to have problems if where I was. I'm almost there, but for example, if I have only 2 things here to consume and I have 4 workers and I try to do like this, I'm going to have only 2 things to consume. The first worker is going to get this, the second is going to get this, and then I need to stop iterating. So I should not be iterating over the worker, but over the amount of data I have, but with a limit. But if my data is larger than the number of workers, okay. Worker index, I can take it. If I have exactly 4 groups and 4 works, it's going to work. I just take the index of the data I want from that temporary data I created here. It's called unnecessary memory allocation. I know, but I can't think of anything else right now. And then on this, when I get this, I'm going to call the do the things function. Do the counts, that's the name of the function. Do the count. I'll pass these data there, but yeah, and this data that I'm going to pass there, the input, is a hash map char usize, which is returning. The input is a string. It should be the same as the number of workers. Yeah, just iterate over the chunks. Start a thread for each. Yeah, okay, so yeah, here instead of creating this, okay, let me call it chunks. So you are saying that I can do, for example, chunks.iter. Yeah, I can do like this. And for each chunks that I'm going to iterate, I can, for example, map. I can map a thread spawn inside here. I don't think I can do that. Or I can. Chunksider map. And then inside this map, it's going to take a closure that transform that. That's what I would like to do. I would like to map it directly here. So I think I can't do that. I think I need to. Okay, got it. For chunk in chunks, it should be the same, right? I don't need this data clone here because I already have this on the chunks. So I let the handler to be this, and here instead of getting all this, I just pass the chunk here to the function. Easy now. I pass my chunk, but I have to get this chunk in the proper data type, mismatched types. Hash map char use size expected found unit type. No, because I'm receiving this. Okay. Hash map char join handler. Okay, because of the chunk, I need to specify. I can try to see what the compiler. Yeah, I think the compiler is already saying here, right? I don't even need to run it to get it. Expected struct. Okay, it's because I'm not returning the hash map here at the end, and now I need to return that. I need to return that counter where we are going to be accumulating the stuff. Yeah. The accumulating stuff. If I have a handler here, I'm going to have somewhere here something called handlers, which is plural. And these handlers, my first idea was to have a vector, and then for each handler that I get here, I'm going to do handlers. Is that a word? Dot push, and then I get the handler, and I need to take the value out of this handler. You say that the join handler has a join method that I can call like this, right? I don't know. Still bad, but here I know that I'm going to return the handlers. Still have problems. Handlers expected struct hash map. Okay, because I need to return a hash map, and now what I'm returning is a vector, and I don't want to return a vector. The handlers should be a hash map. The handlers now it should be the calculate. Okay, I'll take your suggestion of putting a to-do here, right? Just call an empty to-do here. And oh, it's not to-do, it's to-do. I don't have handlers anymore. And then I have the chunk there. Local variable with similar name exists. Chunk. Because I have a very bad name here. It's chunk, not chunks. Cool. Giving chunks a type. Input chunks, chunk size, collect. I need to collect it in some type key, and this type is going to be a vector of what is I'm getting there. So I can collect here, or I can get this here. It's now going to be a vector of whatever it's inside it. Does it work? And now I get this thread spawn here. Let me see the error. Lifetime static. Oh, that's the problem. You were telling that I was getting problem with static required on the handler. Yeah. And I can just use for chunk in input chunks chunk size, for chunking input chunks chunk size. Instead of collecting it here, I can just do here. Okay, and I don't need these chunks. Cool, but I still have the scope problem that you were mentioning about. Yeah. Cool. And now I have the lifetime. Oh, the lifetime problem is because my function here. What about if I don't have this function here and I do everything inside this closure directly. Then I don't need to be taking care of this, or do I need? Maybe I can, instead of doing this count stuff, I do inside here. Because what I have here is a chunk, right? That's what I have here. But anyway, whatever I do here, I'm going to need the lifetime. That's the problem. Oh gosh, so lifetime is required. Thread spawn, lifetime required. Lifetime required. I don't even know where to put the lifetime here. The lifetime maybe is the lifetime of the closure. Let handler. Maybe I need to put a lifetime here to the handler. Function met have self receives which have their own lifetimes. Yeah. Function. So add explicit static to the type of inputs. EE static string. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. So here on the type of string, I will do static. But I will also need to put this on my other function above here. Looks like I had two errors. One I solved, other is... Oh, I have to put two statics. I have the static of the slice and I have the static of the reference. It's very strange because it's going to be like this, right? And use a variable. No, that's not a problem. Oh. Different problems, that's okay. Jaimaru, thanks for following. E static T can only be created at compile time. And V bar does not live long enough. It's on the test cases, right? I don't know. I think it's going to unexpected ways. Like, I don't think this is beautiful. I don't think this is something, well, I'm supposed to do. I don't need to change the lifetime of it, yeah. But if I don't change the lifetime of it, where I'm going to change it? Let me read it again. I'll read it again. Lifetime static required. Add explicit lifetime static to the type of input. Okay, that was my first try. I think it if I follow it, it's okay because I'm just changing the input, which is here, and I can pass, for example, static lifetime here, yeah. But then I have other problem, which is asking me to put twice. So I have and it's on the type of input again. So I don't like it. I never saw code like this with the static mentioned 2 times. I need to give ownership to the thread And is a borrower wants to take ownership. Yeah. So what I think is maybe I don't need to change lifetime here. And I need to solve another way here. I need to take... okay. Looks like I get it. Looks like this here. Input chunks. This is where I need to solve the problem. Yeah, I'm out of water. This is where I need to solve the problem. Here is where I need to give ownership. Input chunk size. So, or I get this as reference here. It's already a reference. The chunks. Here's just a chunk size. This is where I will be using like a shared like this arc new, and then I iterate over the inputs maybe, and I need to take this back here. I was trying to play with this before. I have to prove the lifetime checker that your thread is going to not borrow the chunk. To not borrow the chunk. So, but I'm already moving here, right? What I'm moving the holy lifetime of this moving and borrow is an error. Okay. I don't need arc here because I can't. I was thinking if I use a share reference here to each thread. I think the chunk maybe it's just like this. No. So the problem is here on this function, do the count. In this function, it's taking maybe I just need to, instead of moving, I'm required to move every time I do a spawn of a thread. It's the same problem even without the move. Yeah. Cool. Let handler. It's okay. Handler equals thread spawn. I need to clone. I think I need to clone. Yeah. I need to move, but I need to clone here. I need to clone the chunk. That's it? No. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That I need to clone to take ownership, but not the chunk. Yeah, I need to clone not the chunk. I need to clone the input. That doesn't make sense. The input. If I clone the input, not solving yet. Well, what I want to clone is the chunk, yeah. Or I need to borrow it. I need to borrow it. Explicitly borrow it, yeah. And Leo Cavalcante is saying that you get something on. Let's open it because I'm already lost here. That's cool. Using enumerate and a filter map. And the filter map is going to calculate the number of workers inside it. That's cool. Maybe. So here you have a range of workers and you are mapping over the range of workers, and A is here. Enumerate, filter map. Or map and move then out to the heap. Map and move then out to the heap. Map and move then out to the heap. If I go this way of moving to the heap, I should be doing let's see. Your worker link can be looking now. Okay. Lots of links. Okay, here you have the data. Here you have the workers. Yeah, in our case we have 4 workers, I think. Let chunks equals workers dot checked rem, which is the remainder, and check it because it's going to return option, right? And then I can filter over the option. Wrap or else. Alan. Okay, I think I got some ideas. Partitions, not workers. I think now I got some ideas from that. So if I can use here that I like the Leo example here. It looks similar but simple. I think this looks awesome, but I think this style is now it's a little too much for me, because I need to be understanding all this borrowing you are doing here. But if I go this way, maybe what I can do is getting back to my idea. I have the instead of calculating the chunk size here, I will be doing this inside here, like Leo did. And then let me see. I want to take this input and I need to clean it out before. I still think I this is okay. I'm iterating on the chunks, but inside here I need to take the data and clone it. Yeah, I need to clone the input before I do. But here I'm already trying to take the chunks on it. If I iterate over this, I cannot clone it. Yeah, so that's why I'm more inclined to do like for worker. What I had before is for worker index in, and each is going to be from 0 to the work number, the worker count. Starting the whole new idea here, based on what I saw on Leo example. Then I'm going to get some temporary data here, and this temporary data is going to be input input.clone. So I cloned the input here, and now I get this and create this handle. I'm just trying. Maybe. Then I get the handle and I do the spawn here and move, and then inside here I have the stamp data, and I can iterate over the stamp data, this in the proper lines, iterate it over, and then now I can use what he shared here. I can use the filter map because I'm already iterating. Now I can do filter. Let me see. I'm already starting a new thread here. So what I want to do here, instead of calling this, I don't want lifetime. It's the same thing. Lifetime is required in the type of input. Lifetime is required in the type of input. Should not be required because I'm doing in the worker count, and I'm cloning input here. I think I'll need to create this temporary data. Yeah, I need to create this temporary data before here. Like let me comment this chunk size here. I need a way to get rid of this timeline problem. Chunk, I think, is the problems that array only live within the function do the count. After its execution, the array just disappears off memory. Yeah, that's the problem, and that's why I'm trying to get rid of that. I'm trying to clone the data instead of passing to the do the count here. I'm thinking about cloning it. And how I'm going to clone it. I'm already cloning it here. Okay, if I clone a string, it's what I'm cloning is a reference of strings, right? Not each data. I'm cloning the whole stuff. Okay, I need to move it to the heap. One way to move it to the heap for this purpose is to put in a box, or okay, I can put in a box, or I can collect this. I can transform it as a string. If I transform it as a string, or I put everything to string. Yeah, I need to put this to string. Yeah. String stores data in yeah. I need to transform it into a string. That was okay. Then I can keep this to the count function as it is. But instead of receiving this, it's going to receive a vector of strings. I'm trying to follow the chat, but I really need to finish this soon, and I will. So with my idea here, what I wanted to do is this temporary data that I'm getting here is something that you were telling that I can be transforming into input either, and then I map, and in this map I get each of the strings I have and I transform it to a string, and then I collect it. Then I have this everything that's inside is transformed into string. To vector, and the vector to string for the same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing like this. And let's do this. And now here on this I have this temporary data where I can iter, and now instead of doing this, actually I can be taking from this temporary data. Okay, now I think I would need to calculate the chunk size inside it. Roboto arigato. Yeah, nice. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you for following. I can map with an arc new for fancy points. I can map with an arc new. But if I was going to do with arc new, I would do this very differently. Yeah, I'll do like I would like creating some data to store it like arc, and this arc is going to be having a vector. No, this data is going to be arc new. I don't need that. It's going to be arc new, and this arc new is going to be input.iter. The same thing I did here. Like, I just take this data and put this inside the arc new, and then I have everything transformed into a string. If single ownership, I can do box new instead of arc new. Okay, I'll stick with arc new here on this. So I just putting my data in a shared reference, right? Okay, my data is in shared reference. Now that it's on the shared reference, I can get back here. I get this out of here, and I don't need this anymore because I'm doing this inside here. And now is where I'm going to spawn the thread. To spawn the thread here, I'm going to take for each worker. I'm going to get the data, and this data I'm going to iterate. It's on a shared reference, right? If it's on a shared reference, I can share it inside this thread. And put this just to be more easily either. And now is where I want to get the chunks, right? Because look, I'm not considering this code here anymore, just the above. Okay, just to be clear. Here I get the data, and here I get to do the chunks the same way that Leo is sharing. Also, you were sharing here on this. I know that Nathaniel's idea was to get the worker numbers before, but if I, for example, tries to get the chunks here, and then if I have the same chunks as the worker count, I can get by index. Yeah, so if I do the chunks part inside here, I will get the worker index, and I can get exactly, but I will be calculating the chunks for every worker. I will be calculating the chunks again, right? That's something that's not cool. Instead of calculating that before. Almost there. Data either. With that arc, I resolved the problem of the timeline, the lifetime. But then instead of calling this function, I want to resolve things inside this iteration here. That's my DLL. I grab from the data by the worker index. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. If I grab, but I will need to calculate the chunks all the time. Yeah, I think that might be something that's not going to be cool. Yeah. Because if I do, for example, if I go with my first idea, I know you guys are going to be mad with me about that, but if I go with my first idea, which is taking a step by worker count here on the step by, and Wardley, welcome, thank you for joining and for following. Okay, forget about step by. Step by is oh god. Arc's pointless. Arc's pointless because it's already strings, right? That's your point. If it's already strings, it's already on the heap. And then if I take back that code where I have the chunk size, it's here. I don't think I need the chunk size before it, but okay. Workers count +1, and this data is something that inside here I will clone like a temporary data to get rid of this lifetime problem. And then inside here I can call do the counts function. It's the same I had before, right? And I call temp data, but now from the temp data, what I want to take from there is what I want to take from the temp data is no. Hold on, it's almost there. I need the chunks. For full in bar takes ownership of full from bar if bar is on it. It calls into either under the hood. You mean if I replace this for here with the chunks one that I had before to get the chunk, the proper chunk here, when I do this, I'm taking ownership of the chunk, right? So I move the string out of the vec on each iterator. Okay. Now what I need to get here is not from input, but from the data, right? Because the data is transformed as a string. Data is here. Data is I iterating over that, mapping everything to string, and I'm collecting it. So which data type is data here? I could just clone each chunk, and chunks returns an iterator, so you can use map at all on to transfer the data. Oh, okay. So you mean that I don't need that before? I don't need to transform this data to strings. If I'm already doing the clone here inside, right? I'm already doing the clone here for the chunk. For example, my chunk data here, like this, is something that I can clone instead of getting this out. But I can't get chunks of data because I need type annotation here on this data. And in this case, data here is a vector of string. Right. Cool. See, and data is a vector of string. That's okay. Here I can clone it. Here I can call do the count. And then here I'm passing my temp data as okay, but my function is expecting something and I'm passing a string, so I just need to change it here. What I'm going to have here is string. Okay. Let me see the errors. Borrowed value does not live long enough for chunk in data.chunks, which is here. And then you're saying that for chunk in data.chunks, this data.chunks, which is here, does not live long enough. Argument that required that data borrowed for static. I hate it. I hate the static error. Consider prefixing. Okay, I'm not using these handler variables that I have somewhere here. Where I have this handler variable. Okay. I need to join this handler somewhere. But the constant data. Now my problem is here. Data doesn't leave enough. Data doesn't leave enough. For S in chunks and put the size. Well, this is what I have here. Okay. For I'm calling it chunk, no problem. In chunks, which here data.chunks chunk size, and you are telling that I can just do the map inside here and take this thing there directly. Okay, so I don't need this data, and here I can use input directly, and the chunk size also maybe after I can put that directly inside that. But here I'm calling toString, and this toString is owned here, right? It's called chunk size toString fault for the current scope. The matter exists, but that's a EE string. Cool. I can't call E string unless I get it out of there. No, not like this. I'm just trying everything. I need S either. Okay, got it. I will need to do a map inside a map. Here. Oh, it's more complicated than before. Maybe I can take all of this and okay, chunk size. I get those two things, which is strings and cool. s.iter.map. I'm going to have a map inside a map. That's right. That cannot be right. That's ugly. I'm trying to collect this as a string, but what about a flat map? What about a flat map? I have used a flat map before, and if I use a flat map here, maybe I can take on this flat map, I can take what is inside it and just take s dot to own it. Right, flat map. It's going to erase the chunk. I think there's no problem if it's going to erase the chunk. Do you think it? Mismatched types. Okay, I think it's okay because now my temporary data is I'm expecting a string and now it's found reference. Also, I need to transform this to owned. No? Let me see. Expect the reference found a string. Why expect the reference here? Do the count, and for doing the count, I'm getting the phrase, which is the input dot iter, and I get the char. So it doesn't matter if it's a string or not a reference. It can be just a string. But then I cannot iter over a string unless it's maybe I don't need this. For phrase in input, it's all red, something like this. And I still can call chars here, but when I'm passing here this to owned, do the count. In do the count, I'm taking the temp data with a clone of the chunks, and the clone of the chunk is just the chunk is not e string. The chunk is it's not flat map. Yeah, flat map is wrong here. Flat map is wrong. Okay, that's okay now. Here it's okay. chunk clone is okay because I have exactly a clone what I had before. The problem now is here. When I have temp data as one data and I need to pass other, the vec has to overlay the function exists before that function is called, so it can be destroyed. Okay, the vector should be before the. Okay, this is being created here, right? Temp data. It's a clone. It's being created before I'm calling this function with this temp data. Nah, that's not it. I'm cloning it for every chunk. Yeah. Oh, it just copies the. And how can I fix that? I need an owner type. I need to take this chunk and then transform it into something else that's owned. It's a chunk iter dot map. Now I don't need a clone. Here I'm going to collect it, and I just need to know what to do inside this map. I'm going to get the S, and I'm going to S to own it for every stuff that I have inside it. And here on the collect I need the types, and the type that I'm going to collect is a vector of strings because I had a reference, so I'm going to collect as a vector of string. Something like this? No. Better to see the error here. Expected reference found struct. Okay, that's okay. Do the count. I hear value of type string vec string cannot be built from iterator item e string. I don't need a vector. Right? I don't need the vector. Okay, then I expected reference here and I found a string, but what I want to pass here is a reference. No, I need to pass a list of a string, and I have only one string. I don't want to pass only one string. I want to pass the whole chunk of the string. String. Okay, temp data. Wow. I'll get there with this temp data chunk other map sense spawned collect string handler. I think I'm almost there. I should probably take a vec string since you don't have to use the value again. It's safe to consume it. You mean take a vec of string here on this collect, right? But then it says that I can't do this. In do the count. Okay. Oh, here I'm collecting as a string. Hi Todd. Toddbert. Welcome. You say that here I'm collecting as a string. And what I'm collecting as a string is the chunk. I'm iterating the chunk. and I'm mapping everything inside the chunk to owned to a string. What I expect is not a string on this temporary data. What I expect here is a vector of strings. And why I'm not able to transform the chunk into a vector of strings. Cindy Weedy. Thanks, welcome. Into the count. Here you think I'm able to take a vector of string, right? Don't need this. Okay. Okay, take a vector of string there. It's nice. But now I need to create a vector of string here. And if I create a vector of string here, it's going to say that it's not possible to collect look, value of type vector standard string cannot be built from iterator. I have an iterator with item. Each item of this iterator is ESTR. Okay, this. What I want to do is I want to transform this data into a vector of string which is zowned, yeah, and then I can move it to the do the count function. That's the thing. Hey Danielle, welcome to Code Show. And this collect is not helping me to do that because it can transform this into a vector of standard string. If I call to owned here, maybe I have to call to string directly, right? Yeah, that's the problem. I called to owned and I needed to call to string. Yeah, okay. That's cool. I have failures, but at least it's compiling. My threads are panicking. That's okay also. Cool. Because I'm not joining anything. And my threads are panicking at not yet implemented. Thread test many empty lines on the to do here. Yeah. Cool. Now is the time where I'm going to. Most of people I think are red is sleeping now. But now is the time where I have the handler. And I need to push the handler that I have here, handler.push, and accumulate it somewhere, right? Need to accumulate this handler somewhere. I already called the function. I have a join handler. I need to put all the join handlers inside. I'll have something called handlers, and I push the handler to that. And here above, I'll create somewhere where I can accumulate it. I'll call handlers. This handler is going to be a vector of join handlers, and looks like Rust Analyzer likes it. Cool. Handlers.push. Oh, it should be mutable, so I'm able to push things into it. Yeah. Cool. And then here, when I have all the handlers there, what I need to do is I already have my hash map. No, I don't have. This hash map is going to be a mutable one. Let mut hash map new. So I create this and I will call it. I did that before, but I'll do that again. It's a counter. Let mut counter because I don't have it anymore, right? My counter now is inside the do the count. It's on plural. Counters is a hash map new. If it's len, what I do is I just return the counters. It's len 0. And it's saying that it should not be mutable, but here is where I'm going to mutate it. I'm going to do for handler in handlers. Oh, not Python. For handler in handlers, I will unwrap the join handler. I will join and unwrap the join handler. Yeah. So for handler in handlers, I will get the handler, join it, unwrap it, right? For each one, and I will take this value. This value is going to be my internal hash map. Each of those handlers returned me a hash map from this function. It has a char and a usize. So I can get this and I can do for char and count. For char count in handler join unwrap, I will do my counters dot now I will do the same thing I did here. Exactly this. Is that what I'm going to do? But I have this code here. Let me take it. Or insert count. I already transform it to lowercase, so I just need to do counter dot and try. No need to transform it. I just need to do counter dot and try or insert. Counter counters dot and try, and I pass the key here. Or insert, and the default is going to be 0 plus equal the count that I'm receiving. Okay, that's it. Nice. I'm not following the chat right now because I think maybe I'm going to... Oh, Leo Cavalcante has a spoiler alert. Maybe give some hints like before. I'll open it. I think I'm almost solving it. I have a gut feeling about it. Oh, you worked with threads here. So you did thread spawn move, work with either map, collect as a vector of whatever, and they're workers. So you were just not joining, yeah? So every thread returns things, you were not getting the result. Oh, you're joining here. Cool. I think that's the thing that maybe the same thing, but I did, instead of doing the same way you did, I did different. But I have a problem there. Let me see this problem. Invalid expression for left hand side. Huh, cool. I want to get the counters, which is this hash map. I want to get the entry, which is going to be C. If it exists. If it doesn't exist, I want to do or insert. I did that before here. And I want to do the plus equal directly there. I can't do that. Okay, so I think I have to do that in 2 lines. So like this. I did let's see count. I'll do the same thing. Let's see count equals, then I get this, and then after I do see count plus equal the count that I received. It's not going to be +1. And I think I got the same problem. Okay. I need to dereference here. And the handler is not an iterator. Handler in handlers. Handlers is a vector. Handler in handlers. Handlers is a vector. I pushed the handler there, which is a join handle. And outside this scope, I'm doing for handler, which is a join handler in handlers. And then I get the handler singular, and I'm trying to join it and unwrap it. But it's saying that this is not an iterator. For some reason, some of the handler has pushed something to the handlers that is not a handler. Okay. Small problem here. Handler. This to do is something that what I want to return here is the counters, right? And I don't want this anymore. My problem now is here. Handler of nothing. Handler of the unit. Handlers. This is the join handle, thread spawn move. Okay, I'm returning something here and missing this. Might not be a problem, but maybe. No, not a problem. Cool. Okay, I have other problem here. I don't know. I see you guys are in a very interesting conversation. Let me try to follow it. About our RFC for arrays and slices of strings. That's it. Vec string and reference a slice of strings are semantically equivalent here. And taking a borrow of the vec makes the do count more flexible than have a concrete vec there. Okay. You mean that if I change here to be I can just do like this. But then I will need to change how I pass the data here, right? In the do count. Instead of passing a vector of string, this collect here, I'll need to pass like a reference. And I'm going to fall in the same problem. Cool. Is not an iterator. Unwrapper e-handler. Unwrap in e-handler. Okay, so I need to take e-handler here. That's it. Iterator. Archification. Cool. What type is handler join unwrap? What type is? It's a join handle, right? Here I have each handler is a join handle. Each handle is a join handle. And if for each worker I call the do the count, do the count returned for me a hash map, right? And this hash map I expecting to see when I call handler dot join and I do the unwrap of it. Something is missing. It's returning a result and a join error, and that would be the T. And there's a join handler, but what is after join and unwrap? Well, it's after join and unwrap. It should have been a hash map, right? When I called here do the count inside this spawn of the thread, I did do the count here. Oh, threads return value. Okay, I have this problem here. I have a semicolon here at the end, so it's not returning anything, right? I need to be removing it to get the value being returned. And now, yeah, that's the problem. The problem was just this, yeah, so difficult to catch. If I put the semicolon here, looks like it's okay, but this closure in the thread is not returning anything. So if I remove the semicolon, then it's now returning. Yeah. Cool. And now, I have everything passing. Cool. Oh, that's the semicolon. Okay, so looks like it's working. It's doing in parallel. I'm using this function. I hadn't to change the function. This is the same I did on my first iteration. Just I don't need the arc, so I can remove the arc here. I know it's not awesome, yeah. And whoa, that was difficult. Yeah, I'm here for 4 hours. That was very difficult. I was expecting that this was going to be difficult, but not that difficult. What I'm going to do right now, cargo bench, yeah, that's important. What I'm going to do right now before I run cargo bench is that if it's not okay for me to submit, I will do this again, the next iteration in the next string, because I think I don't have time today. 4 hours is a lot, but I'm enjoying a lot. So I need to run cargo plus nightly and bench, right? Let's see. What I'm expecting to see in cargo bench, I'm expecting to see some boolean error, like passed or not passed, or just comparisons. Test bench large parallel, okay. Test result, okay. What do you think about this, Nathaniel? Do I need to change anything? And let me see this link. That collect will spawn off threads before join is called. I think you were talking about this, right? what I'll do, I'll run cargo FMT again. Right? Using my own configuration. I will submit this version of the solution. So submit. Take the link. I'll put the link on the chat for those who want to look at it. And what I'm not sure, Nathaniel, is about this output of Cargo Bench. If I'm expected to see different results here, I don't know. Looks like it's passing, but if I look to the exercise, when I run Cargo Bench, I have benchmark testing. Okay. Yeah, I did everything. What I'm expecting to see on the Cargo Bench. It's unstable. Maybe if I look to that a benchmark RS, I will understand it. So the output's okay. Okay. Yeah, it's not public yet. I think Nathaniel is going to give some feedback. Then once I approve, it's going to be public. Yeah. Emmanuel, thanks for following. Yeah. Quick fix. So what Cargo Bench is doing, it's comparing those two, the parallel and the sequential, and it's asserting somewhere that the parallel one is faster. Yeah. Okay, then what I'm going to do on next stream, next week, maybe, or some other day, is that I'm going to try this. Now that I could solve it, it was very difficult, but I will try to. I didn't run cargo clip. Yeah, okay. Cargo clippy. Yeah, inefficient string. Try the referencing the receiver on the line 27, which is here. Chunk either map. I did S to string, and I can try to the reference. Okay. Okay, so it means that instead of transforming here to a string, I can just the reference here, and if I the reference, I'm going to collect. No, I'm not going to collect the string. Try the referencing. Okay, the referencing to a string. So instead of doing there, I get it. Instead of doing like this, I would do like this. I did that before, and calling to a string on the referenced value. Yeah. Cool. If I run again, input len equal 0. There is an is empty. Yeah, I remember about that. Is empty is something we use it on our other string. Oh. Okay, that's okay. Now I'm going to run FMT. I think I have run FMT before. Clip FMT, it's okay. Exercise, submit. And let me do cargo bench again, just to ensure everything's okay. But it's already submitted. Yeah, I'll open this link of my own solution. Copy. Yeah, Carlos, we have a happy ending. I'm here for more than 4 hours. That was fun. I learned a lot. I struggled a lot. Oh, I forgot some comment. That's not good. Let me remove the comment. Comments like this are not good. Cool. I'll have lots of versions there, no problem. I think now I have 4 versions. Yeah. Yeah. I think now this is the ending version. I see some comments already there. Looks good. Cool. The next version is only some with formatting, and the latest one is just removing comments. But oh, that was I struggled a lot to get there. But I'm happy that I was able to get there and solve it. I could understand something. There are still things that I don't understand a lot. I will get back to this code in the week, during the week, to try to understand some things here. But most of it, I think most of it is okay, yeah. What I will try to do is to remove this do the count function. And instead of calling the do the count function here, I will try to put the implementation inside this. I don't think I need the function, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I think now I can complete my exercise, publish my solution, others can comment, continue. That's great. Now I think the solution is going to be public. If someone wants to take a look, it's public. But I recommend you to do by your own, yeah, if you want to do that. Okay. That was very fun. That was very good. I learning lots of things. Let me see who else is there. Carlos, Archification. Gabriel Barreto, thanks for joining. We are just ending. Léo Cavalcante still there. Jorge Teixeira, Gustavo. Well, thank you everyone, and especially thank you Nathaniel for all your hints about my thing here, my code. Thanks Museum for joining. I enjoy a lot your stream. I will be using your Twitch create soon. Then I will get back to you if I have some question. Hey Eduardo, you are still there. Yeah, cool. Nice. Thanks for following me, struggling a lot with this exercise. It was difficult. It was very difficult to get those borrows and ownership stuff, but I think now I'm getting to understand this. I'll play a little bit more, yeah. Thanks a lot for watching, yeah. And yeah, that's it, people. And Leo, thanks a lot for your examples. It helped me to start thinking. Yeah, I was stuck it there. I was trying to get the idea, and you helped it a lot. Yeah. So, as always, I will try to rate someone right now because it helps me as a streamer. Who is there that I can? I think Adam. What's Adam doing? Adam is creating games. Yeah. He's doing gaming development, I guess. It's interesting. It does a lot of interesting game in development. Yeah. I don't know if he's just playing or developing of this game. I know he does the game development. I followed sometime. Who else is there? Strager. You all already know Strager. He also is doing some exercism in C++. Yeah. This is some string Portuguese. Maybe I would do like to this guy. Yeah. Okay. Okay, see you later. Let's see you later on Tuesday to do some Python. In next week, do more Rust. Thank you a lot and have a good rest of your morning or night. Yeah. Bye. Let's do this. I have to wait for... Yeah, now it's going to work.